I'll add it now. I'll let you, at least so we can go live and you can say that on live. So
Yeah.
I've just gotten a report, Larry. So we posted it before anyone else. I got a report from someone part of the negotiations so their message just said Trump accepted a ceasefire, something along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get more clarity. So it didn't say delay. He didn't say delay. It did not say whether Iran accepted. That's all it said, and then haven't been able to hear from them since.
Yeah.
But Trump accepted a 15-day ceasefire. So that's the information we got from there.
Yeah.
Then a few minutes later, so that was I got that information about, okay, the markets are moving as we speak. I got it 44 minutes ago. All right, the markets are moving, by the way. So oil is crashing as we speak. Poly market just hit up. Yeah, so poly market just hit 65 to 80% from 30. I haven't looked at equities yet, but and then we had a report, because the big question, will Iran accept? Because me and you have talked about it, and I agree with your analysis and others, is that Iran is the one that is not accepting a ceasefire, and that's why we haven't spoken about Trump's post. But that's why Trump is all over the place with these threats. He's trying to get them to accept the ceasefire. And Qatar reported, Qatari newspaper, let me see what it's called, just say full context, and they reported that Qatar's Al-Arabi Al-Jadid says a source has confirmed to them Iran has accepted a ceasefire. They didn't say also because they don't know about the Trump one. So that's what Qatar said. And CNN just said about 10 minutes ago that they expect a ceasefire by tonight. Finally, this is the day we're waiting for the good news. I hope. So to be clear, this is a ceasefire, not a delay, based on what my source told me, and then what Al-Arabiya and Qatar said, and what CNN's saying. Okay, yeah, okay, so it seems to be deadline extension. Just now came in. Trump has posted just now. All right, let me read out the post. Let me read it out to you now for everyone else. He just posted right now, Larry. That's why the markets are moving. Let me make sure the team all right, there it is, just verified it. All right, I'm going to read out the post by Trump. Based on conversations with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran, and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason of doing so is what we have already met and exceeded all military objectives. And so the first is your initial reaction before I continue reading it. I'm just making sure. Sorry, man, just a lot happening behind the scenes. I'll be 2 seconds. I'll read it. All right, done. Confirmed with all my sources. This is such good news. You have no idea the happiness, because this has been really weighing on me. This will be a double-sided ceasefire.
Be careful.
I'll read it. I'll read it out. I know you.
I would caution the happiness. I think until you hear the Iranian authorities come out and say, and they announce it unilaterally, you don't have an agreement. This is desperation on the part of the West. This is desperation on the part of Trump. The Pakistanis are desperate, but Iran's made its position clear. Why would Iran change its position?
We don't know what concessions we're giving behind the scenes. Maybe he's agreed to sanctions relief. Maybe he's agreed they charged a toll at the Strait of Hormuz. Maybe they did some sort of business deal.
Well, no, that's if they accept the Iranian conditions, yes, there could be a ceasefire. That's the key. That's the key, because Iran's not going to just open the strait back up. That's its leverage. That's what is allowing it to control the United States at the negotiating table, number one. And number two, the immediate lifting of sanctions. Okay, let's see it. Until those sanctions are actually lifted, Iran should make a step as far as opening the strait. I think there are enough people in senior leadership positions who've had family members and friends murdered by the Israelis and by the United States. They're not going to go for some just superficial symbolic gesture. No, this has got to have some real teeth in it, and teeth that meet the Iranian demands. Otherwise, there's not going to be a ceasefire. And I would argue a lot of this is market manipulation that's going on. Sorry to be Debbie Downer here.
That's fine. So we're waiting now for an Iranian confirmation. But what if a deal was made and concessions were made that we don't know about yet?
Yeah, if the United States makes concessions, and I could see why they could be motivated to do so.
Because Trump seemed desperate, Larry. So I wouldn't be surprised if he did some concessions. He conceded.
Yeah, he is, and he's under growing pressure. His political base is just, he's got the people who say that they are MAGA. Yes, they support Trump 100%. I suspect that group of people accounts for about 8% of the voting population. The independent voters have fled from Trump as if he's got the bubonic plague. The Democrats, they're certainly not lining up for Trump. And registered Republicans are increasingly dissatisfied. So there is, I think Iran's still calling the shots. I've been monitoring Telegram in terms of, the bombing and missile strikes, they're still going on. And B-52 bombers entered the airspace in the Middle East just about 20 minutes ago. So those B-52s, if they start unloading, there's not going to be any ceasefire until Iran retaliates for every hit that is taken. Yeah, and right now you got two Air Force KC-135 Stratotankers who are doing refueling over the Eastern Mediterranean, just north of Egypt. So, they're refueling aircraft to continue pounding Iran, and Iran's continuing to retaliate.
Sorry, I'm just full of emotion. I know a lot of people could be as well. This has been a pretty rough war. It's been a really, really rough war because I got really worried. So let's talk about what happens next. If this is a ceasefire, no one knows the day after, because a ceasefire is a ceasefire. A ceasefire is not an end to the war.
Well, again, what are the conditions for the ceasefire? I do not think if it's just that Iran's going to stop launching missiles and wait and see what the West does, that's not going to happen. The West, Israel, and the United States in particular will have to have promised and given guarantees that you're going to have immediate sanction relief for Iran. Iran is going to continue to exercise, if you will, a cover charge to use the Persian Gulf, and they will split that money between them and Oman. That Iran might be willing to back off for demands that U.S. withdraw from bases, because in fact, there's been a de facto withdrawal. The U.S. base that was at Bahrain, that's not there, and they're not coming back to that. Similarly, at bases in Kuwait, they may be able to retain Al Udeid, and that has more to do with Qatar's role in being somewhat conciliatory towards Iran. But there won't be any continued presence in the UAE. So, but
we don't know. We've said is the long-term repercussions of this, Larry, are gonna be felt for a generation, if not generations. This is a ceasefire. Right. This is only the beginning of what happens next, the day after.
Yeah, there's got to be firm guarantees from Iran's standpoint that Israel and the United States will never again try to attack it. And I don't see how Trump and those around him walk back what they've been saying, the lies they've been telling about Iran. I don't see how they do that. So from Iran's standpoint, they need to continue to press that they will get all of their demands met. Now, we don't know what the Chinese and Russians are doing behind the scenes, because I think Trump's rhetoric in the last 24 hours, the obscenities that he spewed on Sunday, followed by his end of civilization tonight, have genuinely alarmed a lot of people and raised questions about Trump's sanity. And I don't think this was just a negotiating ploy. So I think Iran is long past trying to placate or play to Donald Trump's idiosyncrasies.
What happened based on current information? The US has agreed to stop all attacks against Iran for a period of 2 weeks. In return, Iran will not strike US assets or other assets in the Persian Gulf. The Strait of Hormuz remains closed during these 2 weeks. It's a big point. But if Iran doesn't open it, the war will resume. Israel is not part of the ceasefire, and Iran will continue targeting it. This Trump did exactly what I recommended he should do. Walk away, let them clean up the mess.
Yeah.
Israel is now alone. Hezbollah is going to continue getting struck. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed. The rest of the world is screwed. Larry, what is going to happen to Europe? What's going to happen to Asia?
Yeah, they're going to have to make their way to Iran. Iran's going to become a power broker if it continues to insist on maintaining the control over the Strait of Hormuz. If there are no more attacks against Iran out of Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, then I think Iran at that point will leave them alone. But they will then go after Israel. And this, I mean, if Trump really did that, basically says, okay, we're going to declare a unilateral ceasefire, but Iran can continue to pound the shit out of Israel. That's gonna really create some panic in Israel, because that's the first sign of the United States distancing themselves. But frankly, I think if that's the deal, and the devil's always in the details here, my friend. If that's the deal, then I think the Trump has finally recognized his own political survival depends upon jettison its relationship, or his relationship with Israel. You know, I don't know. Did you happen to catch Tucker Carlson's?
He lost his mind. He lost his mind on Trump's post about worries about nuclear weapons.
Yeah,
I was one of the few. And you probably won't like me for this, Larry. I was one of the few saying, guys, I'm going to reserve judgment, even though I was one of the biggest opponents of this war, and I got a lot of hate from it. I'm going to reserve judgment on all of Trump's crazy posts. For me, and I made a tweet about it. I'm like, the crazier he sounds, the more optimistic I am about a deal, because I think this shows that he's done with the war and he's going to walk away. This is bad news for Israel, and this shows to me that he is not Israel's puppet. I know probably a lot of people will hate me, but he's not Israel's puppet, because he just left Israel hanging right now. And America first, he just left allies hanging. I think people understand that. Understand that the damage this is going to cause. The 2 weeks of closure of the Straits, Larry, this is going to screw Europe and Asia if this doesn't change. But I think Iran will make exceptions for them, and they'll pay them. Iran will make a lot of money from this.
Yeah, except here's the problem. And so the U.S. says, okay, don't attack us anymore. We won't attack you. But then the United States withdraws its forces and puts them on Israeli military bases. And Israel is using those bases to launch attacks on Iran. So when Iran retaliates against Israel, hits those bases, Trump's going to be able to come back and say, "Hey, see, you broke the ceasefire."
You're pessimistic that the ceasefire will hold?
Oh yes, absolutely.
First, I wish you were next to me. I want to hug you, Larry. I think we've been through all this war together. But I'm not naive. I call myself naive, but I'm not naive. I think you make a very valid point here. We have a history in the Middle East of ceasefires breaking. In Lebanon, there's barely a ceasefire. Gaza still getting bombed. And now Iran have a ceasefire. Even though I'm still more optimistic, and I still think it will hold, because Trump cannot afford. He knows the US lost this war. Trump made a mistake. He did the right thing getting out of it. And obviously, this is my opinion, and I could be completely wrong. He did the right thing getting out of it. And I genuinely don't think he'll get back into it, especially after what happened this month. I think he's traumatized from ever bombing another country for the rest of his term. This would have traumatized him. The only question is,
you would hope,
when will Israel end? I hope.
Well, you know, I know for a fact that, you know, when this whole thing started more than a month ago, there was a lot of euphoria. There was within the ranks of the military, the people working the crisis action centers, they were pretty upbeat. They said, "Man, we got this. Iran's not going to be able to stand up against us. We're going to suppress it and beat them, etc. Now the mood has completely changed. They've recognized they're not sure we can. They're not sure, and I've heard people say this that are involved. We don't see any path forward for us to win, and it's beginning. The commanders are beginning to talk about, guys, this is going to go on for a long time, and they're talking through 2028. Okay, for at least 2 more years. That's what the military is starting to plan for. So when you tie that in with what happened over the weekend with the attempt to rescue, or the rescue attempt of that colonel that was the backseater on the 215 on the F-15, the United States lost close to $500 million in aircraft. Just, losing the A-10, the F-15 to the C-130s, 4 AH-6 Little Birds, and 2 Predators. All the cost of all those comes up to about $480 million. So that's those are significant losses. If you're losing close to $1 billion every 2 days in aircraft, holy smokes! So I know that Trump is desperate for a ceasefire, but Iran, compare the terms, the 15-point plan that the United States gave to the Pakistanis passed on to the Iranians, and with the 10-point plan that the Iranians came back with. And then explain how you bridge those two.
What happens if? So I'm going to ask you a separate question though, about Israel, because that's you mentioned that if Iran continues bombing Israel, Trump will have no choice but to get involved.
Well, if U.S. forces are moved out of, say, Jordan and or Saudi Arabia and co-located with Israel at Israeli military bases, then those bases are attacked. Trump he would come out and claim that this was a violation of the ceasefire, even though from Iran's standpoint, they're attacking Israeli targets. They're not trying to attack U.S. targets.
Why would I have another question? Why would Iran? I don't think Iran cares about a war with Israel because they don't benefit from it. Israel has nothing to do with the Strait of Hormuz. If Iran can keep the Strait of Hormuz closed, Larry, then Israel knows they don't have enough interceptors. There was a report today they're using interceptors manufactured in 2026. There was someone that took a photo of an interceptor that just fell onto the ground, and it had the date of manufactured in 2026, which means months ago. That means they're running at the last stockpiles they have left. Now, this is speculation based on the image that was leaking. If that's the case, then Israel can't sustain this, Larry. And if Iran could keep the Strait of Hormuz closed for 2 weeks, maybe longer, we'll see. Iran's going to make money. Israel ends the war and they can survive without getting bombed heavily with the interceptors running low. And Trump has walked out of a very messy war. It just seems like a win-win for me. Iran will be part of the ceasefire. Just came in according to CNN.
No,
can I hug you now, Larry?
No.
Can I hug you?
Let's hear it from Iran. Let's hear it from Iran.
Yeah, we haven't heard from Iran. Yeah.
Yeah. CNN, CNN may be confusing wishful thinking. I want to hear it from an Iranian authority and what Iran absolutely says about it. That's the issue. Because the Pakistanis may be getting all this pressure, and actually I think they're probably getting a little ahead of themselves. I do not see the Iranian people in a mood to do something that could be viewed as a surrender. They're not about to do that. So if the United States is going to stop bombing, and let's see right now, you've got B-52s en route. So what happens in the next hour? And then let's see, just had ballistic missile launches from Iran towards Israel right now.
Yeah, that came in just a few minutes ago. Yeah, that came in. Literally, I was looking at it while you were speaking. So there were alerts at 7 minutes ago, alerts across Israel. And then missiles are incoming right now in Israel. As we speak, literally in the same 60 seconds, missiles were landing and Israel declared a ceasefire, according to CNN. That's not official yet, just to be clear.
Yeah. We'll see if, Israel's not, depending on the news source, Israel is not part of the ceasefire. I want to hear Arachi or the Ayatollah himself, someone come out, the head of the Revolutionary Guard, the spokesman for them, announce, okay, we've accepted a proposed ceasefire, but under what conditions? They're not just going to accept a ceasefire for ceasefire's sake.
Yeah, agree. The conditions, I think, the big part. I have a feeling that there's major concessions on the American side, Larry, for this to happen.
Oh yeah,
which is keeping the concession, Larry. The concession is keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed. That is very significant. He left Europe and Asia hanging, and Europe and Asia will have to pay money now to Iran to get their ships through for Iran to make money on this war.
Right. Yeah. And on top of it, that is, let's call it Iran's backdoor way of getting compensation or reparations for the damage that it has suffered. So there's supposed to be, we'll see if there's an official statement out of Iran in the next hour or so.
This is unequivocally a massive win for Iran.
Oh yeah.
Strategically, this is a massive win for Iran. Iran essentially now controls the Strait of Hormuz. A lot of it depends what happens next. And I don't know what the Gulf had no idea what was going to happen. They were hunkering down for hell tonight. They were a bridge was closed between Bahrain and Saudi. Their Qatari, the embassy, some European embassy in Qatar asked people to stay at home. Kuwait asked people to stay at home all evening. A Qatari embassy, I think some European embassy in Qatar asked its citizen to stock up on food and water and supplies ahead of tonight.
Right.
So the Gulf, and there was reports that the Gulf had no idea what was going to happen next. So I don't think the Gulf had any say in this, Larry. And I think they're going to also end up being losers.
Yeah. They're, the Saudis, the Qataris and Omanis, they realized the deals to be had with Iran. You cut the deal with Iran, they're safe, they're secure. You cut the deal with the United States, you're exposed. And on top of it, the United States will abandon you like a cheap prostitute. They won't hang around at all. If there's pressure, if you hear the U.S. say, we got your back, man, you better worry about what they're doing to your back, because it's nothing pleasant. But see, then also weighs in, well, what happens now to Hezbollah? And
I was going to think about it. There's a part of the ceasefire, and I think that it is, because Iran is calling the shots right now. I think it is.
Well, and the casualties that Israel is now reporting, and you got to put quote question marks and quotation marks around this, that they've had over 400 casualties. Now, I think the number is much higher, but that the fact. This may very well be that they will stop bombing Lebanon, and they will stop attacking into southern Lebanon, and will draw back into Israel, which is, it's sort of like what they did 20 years ago with the 2006 invasion into the southern Lebanon that was again beaten back by Hezbollah. So. And right now, as we're talking, there was just an explosion in Tehran. So
there's two Israeli airstrikes in southern Lebanon as we speak. Tasnim said more details on the ceasefire will be announced soon. That's by Iran. Israel does not like this deal, to put it mildly, but Trump decides. Yavron Avram in Channel 12. Israel's not happy with the deal, but Trump decides. That's according to Channel 12. Trump decided, and Israel's not happy with the deal. So we're getting news literally as they come in.
Yeah, well, this underscores the kind of political pressure that Trump is under. His brave bravado, claiming that he's winning and Iran is losing. I know I heard from a friend today, and he said that what the U.S. military is now seeing is increasing sophistication on the air defense by Iran. That Iran is getting help from Russia and China. That their air defense systems becoming much more sophisticated, much more effective, and that as a result of this, it's going to result in more U.S. casualties. That may also be a driving force in this.
I have a feeling, Larry, Trump decided to end the war yesterday or even 2 days ago. When he started posting those crazy things, he decided this days ago, and he had to go through the process. Like I think, obviously I'm a businessman, so I'm always negotiating. And if I want to negotiate a really hard deal, I would make it sound like I have to make the other party realize I'm on one extreme. So let's say I want someone to accept a deal, or I want someone to accept a certain price. I make it seem like this price is non-negotiable. I'm not going to budge, and I fight till the end, until they're about to crack, and I'm like, you know what, fuck it, I'll fold.
Yeah.
But then they would have gotten very close to that number. I think that's what Trump, as a businessman, I'm not saying this is the right politics. I think there's a cost to the rhetoric.
Sure.
I said that I'm not as upset about the rhetoric as some others. Doesn't mean I'm okay with it and I agree with it. I think this is Trump's way of doing business. I just think that on the international stage, there's a certain decorum that a certain international system that the world has built since World War II. It's a very fragile system. And Trump is right now the most powerful person in the world, the president of the United States. And rhetoric like this could risk to shatter that system that is so fragile in a world that is so fragile. So I don't like that rhetoric, but I'm not like extremely offended like Tucker and others about it. I would have lost my mind if he actually delivered on those threats. I would have been in a very different place, but I never thought he would.
Well,
Iran has just two updates. A last-minute intervention by China helped lead to Iran accepting Pakistan's 2-week survival, a 2-week ceasefire proposal. 3 Iranian officials tell the New York Times. China asked Iran to show flexibility and diffuse tensions amid growing economic uncertainty caused by damages to Iranian infrastructure. China ended the war. Breaking, Iran has not yet agreed to the conditions of the ceasefire. That's according also to the New York Times, like you said. So 2 breaking news.
Yeah. Iran's going to ultimately call the shots. You're describing. Do you remember the Lethal Weapon movies with Mel Gibson?
Yes.
And in the very first movie, Mel Gibson was presented as like this crazy guy that you didn't know what he was going to do, and that's sort of you're describing Donald Trump as like an ugly Mel Gibson. Okay, crazy. Slapping his face and putting the gun at his head and pressing the trigger and just doing bizarre things. But you have to step back and say, okay, why are they doing that? The market, they hang on every word that Donald Trump says. And when it looked like that this was headed towards a conflict, the market was crashing. And then, as you pointed out, oh, no, the ceasefire. Oh, the market starts coming back. Well, this is not based upon actually any objective facts. This is all about feelings. And so when you get a market flip-flopping around like that on feelings, you then have to step back and say, okay, what is actually going to take place? The kind of pressure that Trump is getting now from Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Dave Smith, Joe Rogan, Alex Jones. You've got a whole group of social media platforms that have hundreds of thousands. And actually, when you total all, it's well into the millions.
Yeah.
And, he's getting hammered. He's getting destroyed. So, I think that's one factor. The other factor has got to be the members of Congress that have gone home for vacation, this 2-week vacation. I think the Republicans they realize they're going to lose. They're going to have power completely ripped out of their hands come November. So Trump's now in a race to try to mitigate that. I don't think he can. I think the damage is done. It's too far gone.
So I've got two new updates for you, Larry. So number
Sure.
one is, according to Barak, so for the audience, we're getting the updates as soon as they come in. So we have, as you know, on X, we have a team of about over 20 people that post the news as they come in, and they try to verify as quickly as possible. So we're getting the news probably before anyone. Well, we broke the story of the ceasefire before anyone, so I take credit personally to that. But in terms of the other news, we're getting it pretty quickly. So number one is the bad news. We're talking about Hezbollah, Larry. Hezbollah is not part of the ceasefire, according to Channel 12. So that's a bit of a surprise to me, unless we get something new. Number two is a senior White House official tells me Israel has agreed. That's Axios. Israel has agreed to the ceasefire and will suspend its attack for 2 weeks. The ceasefire will take effect when Iran opens the Strait of Hormuz. So that was by Barak David from Axios. Now, again, I don't know how legitimate that is and what he means by the ceasefire will take effect when Iran opens. Maybe that's Israeli ceasefire or another ceasefire. So that's another piece of news. Another one here, breaking. Iran says the United States has agreed to their 10-point proposal, which included no future aggression. Iran keeps control of the Strait of Hormuz, acceptance of uranium enrichment, all sanctions lifted, U.S. forces withdraw from the region, compensation paid to Iran, war ends on all fronts.
Yeah, if the United States accepted that, in which I'm also doubtful of that, but if they accepted that, then yeah, they could have a deal. But Israel's not going to accept that. But here's the good news. Israel depends heavily on the United States for air refueling, because it's the jets that he's flying and launching attacks against Iran are handled, or they get refueled by American tankers. So if Trump's serious about pulling back and licking our wounds, because we've taken some significant, we've lost in the last 5.5 weeks. The United States has lost more aircraft than it did in the entirety of the war in Afghanistan,
Vietnam,
and Iraq, and you have to go back to Vietnam to find these kinds of losses.
They're the biggest loss in 24 hours since the Vietnam War, and that day that the rescue operations, etc., was a pretty bad day.
Right. Yeah. So that's, I think that's another factor that's weighing in there. But again, what's so disturbing is Trump's rants, his comments are so
statement by Iran's Supreme National Security Council. That's the National Security Council that said what I've mentioned. That's pretty significant. So, statement by Iran's Supreme National Security Council. The U.S. has agreed to Iran's ceasefire conditions, commitment to non-aggression, continued Iranian control of the Strait of Hormuz, acceptance of uranium enrichment, lifting of all primary and secondary sanctions, termination of all resolutions to the UN Council and the IAEA, a Board of Governors, that's a typo here, payments of compensation for Iran, withdrawal of American combat forces from the region, cessation of war on all fronts.
Yeah, that is stunning. Like I said, if that's true,
that changes everything. There's no way it's true.
Yeah. Yeah. I would say if Trump did that, my God, Lindsey Graham, we're going to see her head explode. I mean, his head explode. So, Miriam Adelson, the wife of Sheldon Adelson, boy, oh boy, she's going to demand her $250 million back. They'll be chased. Trump will be worried more about assassination from that crowd. So, like I said, Iran's made very clear what its conditions for ceasefire are, and if the West mentions that, great, we got a deal. I don't see Trump agreeing to that, but we'll see.
Yeah, sorry, I keep looking down, Larry. As I'm
that's all right. I understand.
It's there's so many happening. A White House official tells Axios that the ceasefire will only come into force when Iran opens the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, so see, and Iran's not going to open the Strait of Hormuz. No,
that changes everything.
Yeah. You guys go first, okay? You go first. You lift the sanctions on us. You show we did this. Here's Iran's position. They said we did this once before. We signed the JCPOA. We allowed inspectors in. We abided by the IAEA guidelines. You were supposed to lift the sanctions, and you never did. And so now we're supposed to trust you? Oh, trust us. Yeah. You open the Strait, and then we'll lift these sanctions. No. If Iran called me up and asked for advice, I'd say, you put the deal on the table. They want it. There's the deal.
Something's not adding up, Larry, anymore. Something's not adding up. I know I jumped the gun and you were telling me, Mario, it just doesn't add up. It's not adding up because I know you're laughing, but
no, I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing at you. I just look, that's why I'm an old guy.
Exactly. This is I told you so. Laugh, and you're right, because Axios now saying opposite of what. So Trump is saying there's a ceasefire. A ceasefire is a ceasefire, but if Axios says, according to Axios, we don't know if it's true. White House officials only applies if the Strait of Hormuz is opened. Iran won't open it. You're right, and then Iran's statement of what the U.S. agreed to. There is no way the U.S. agreed now suddenly within hours to remove all troops from the region. So is Iran saying there is no ceasefire? Is Iran mocking the U.S. right now? I don't know what's happening.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll wait and see what the official statement is. And Trump's got 50 minutes till 8 p.m. So we'll see what happens at 8 p.m.
So what's happening? Sorry, I know I'm asking you the question again. What is happening? Something doesn't add up.
You've got these mediators in Pakistan. So you got the Pakis, the Egyptians, and were the Saudis part of that, or the Turks? I guess the Turks.
I think it was the Turks. Saudis are not.
The Saudis aren't part of that.
Iran doesn't want the Saudis involved. Yeah.
So they're desperate to get a deal, and so again, when they're talking to the Iranians, they're hearing perhaps what they want to hear. And then when they're talking to the United States is hearing what it wants to hear. China is, let's say, more economically compromised because of its investments in the other Persian Gulf countries. So it's going to definitely encourage Iran to, back off. But I think from the Russian standpoint, they understand that the West is not to be trusted in these kinds of deals. So, Iran came back with its 10-point plan, and we'll see if the United States accepts it. If the deal boils down that they will only accept Iran's 10 points if Iran first opens the Strait of Hormuz and stops blocking traffic, then Iran loses its leverage. I mean, it can reimpose it, but then when it reimposes it, then it's going to be seen as the aggressor. See, this time when it closed it, it was reacting to an unprovoked, illegal attack. Now, if it, quote, makes this agreement, and then the West doesn't uphold its side of the agreement, but they say, oh, well, we're going to do it eventually or at some point.
Let me give
falls apart.
I'm going to give a few updates and I'll give a recap to the audience because there's a lot happening, everyone. And I've got a team, as I said, of 20 people trying to get us all the news and make sense of it. And Larry analyzing it for us because there's a lot. So it all started for me, it started about 55 minutes ago. I got the news that Trump agreed to a ceasefire. Ceasefire was the key word, but Trump agreed. That's what the source told me. A source as part of the negotiations. They're pretty, very, very conservative when they make statements. That they're not get too excited, make statements out of nowhere. But they were very clear in their wording. Trump agreed to a ceasefire. And then less than an hour later, 50 minutes later, Trump says he agreed to a ceasefire. We read out the post. Lisa, if you could put that post, the Trump post again on screen for people to read it while I give them the overview. So Trump put out that post. Everyone believed that a ceasefire has been reached. The market started pumping. Then not long afterwards, Israel said they've reached a ceasefire. They're going to abide to the ceasefire. Now, by the way, we're getting a report by a security source told Channel 11, quote, we were surprised by Trump's decision and received updates at the last minute after everything was decided. So Israel was kept out of it, according to multiple reports now. So then I'm just seeing the latest updates. All right. So then the bad news comes in, everyone. Number one is, according to Axios, a White House official told Axios that the ceasefire will only come into force when Iran opens the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, so the ceasefire will only come into force when Iran opens the Strait of Hormuz. Now, that's very bizarre because earlier reports were saying that Iran will not open the Strait of Hormuz, and the other reports are saying that. By the way, oil is below $100, so that's really good news. Other reports were saying that Iran will keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. Israel was saying that a ceasefire will only apply if the Strait of Hormuz is open, sources in Israel. And now the biggest shock of all is the response by Iran. Now, Larry's been telling me, Mario, wait for the Iranians to speak, wait for the Iranians to speak. And he's right, because the Iranians made a statement that's completely different from what we've seen. The statement by Iran, let me open it up quickly here. There it is. Statement by Iran's Supreme National Security Council. The U.S. has accepted a humiliating defeat and agreed to all of Iran's ceasefire conditions. One, like first Iran, like, let's not do this. Let's ease up the rhetoric so you can get a win. Let's not do what Trump does. All of you, just don't do that. If both people have a strong attitude, they're going to keep clashing. The U.S. has accepted a humiliating defeat. One, commitment to non-aggression. Perfect. That sounds like a fair deal. I'm fine with it. Continued Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz. Initially, I thought fine, because the deal said for 2 weeks. I think that's what Trump's post said. For 2 weeks, they'll have control of the Strait of Hormuz, or reports were saying that. Continued Iranian control of the Strait of Hormuz. But now we're getting reports, as I said, that the ceasefire doesn't apply until the Strait of Hormuz is opened. So it's already a clash. Gets worse. Third term, according to Iran, according to them, U.S. accepted. Acceptance of uranium enrichment. There is no way they're going to accept uranium enrichment that early. There must be something they have to give Trump, other than Khamenei's death replaced by another Khamenei. 4, lifting of all primary and secondary sanctions. I believe that. I believe that was agreed on, but Trump won't announce it now. But I wouldn't be surprised if they accepted that. 5, termination of all resolutions of the UN Security Council and the IAEA Board of Governors. I agree. That seems reasonable to me. 6, 7, 8 is 6 and 7 get really concerning. And 8, 6, payments of compensation for Iran. I thought the Strait of Hormuz and the toll system, the fees there will be the payments. If they mean American payments of compensation to Iran, then it's a problem. But they didn't define it. They said compensation payments.
Right.
So it's broad enough to be fine with it. This is where it gets really bad. Number 7, withdrawal of American combat forces from the region. Now, Larry, before we get really upset, that's withdrawing American troops. I don't think they didn't say bases. So maybe that's not that bad of a thing. And last one, cessation of all fronts, on all fronts. So,
yeah, and it's still that leaves Hamas and Israel continuing to bomb Lebanon, unless there is a broader ceasefire. Yeah, there are too many I's not dotted and T's not crossed in this agreement. The other thing that's been reported and is that Iran and the United States will meet in Pakistan and again, I guess, negotiate through the intermediary as Pakistan on Friday to figure out coming up with an agreement. So there is, until they meet and actually come out and announce a joint announcement about an agreement, then I don't think there'll be a ceasefire.
Do you think there would be a ceasefire that doesn't include Hezbollah? Is that a possibility? Because there's a major war happening in the south of Iran and Lebanon that people are talking about.
Yeah, no, I don't. I think this is, Iran recognizes that they can't, if the Western intent is to try to separate them from Hezbollah, they made it clear that that's not going to happen either. Hezbollah and Iran together have paid too much in blood, and these. Again, the Hezbollah folks, they're Shia Muslims that have been, they've been under assault by Israel now for, at least 46 years.
Yeah, I'm just going through the terms again.
Sure.
Lebanon, okay, so Al Jadid, Lebanon is part of the ceasefire, but nothing is certain yet. That's according to Al Jadid. So Lebanon has to be part of it. And Arachi said the following: for a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations. So they've opened the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, but it's basically, that's what they got right now. In other words, you coordinate with Iran and you're one of Iran's buddies, you get through. will the same apply to U.S. ships or oil going to Europe? That may be one reason that Italian Foreign Minister or Prime Minister Meloni, that she's en route to Tehran to meet and to see if they can get a deal that you can get the fuel, the gas and oil turned back on for Italy.
True. There's another report here came in. There it is. New between Iran and the U.S. A negotiation between Iran and the U.S. will begin in Islamabad on Friday regarding a permanent ceasefire. Apparently, the initial framework for these negotiations will be Iran's 10-point plan. So Iran's 10-point plan is the starting point.
Yeah. So that's where they're going to start, and they haven't. So they really haven't agreed on anything, and we'll see. I'd be skeptical of even Arachi announcing that there's safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz, because he didn't close it. It was closed by the IRGC, and the IRGC may say, no, we're not going to do that. We'll wait till we got a concrete agreement.
So let's look at each one and get your thoughts on it, Larry. Commitment to non-aggression. That seems plausible, yeah?
Yeah. It's sensible.
Okay. Continued Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz. Expected.
Yeah, and they're gonna, and Iran is smartly working that out, sharing it with Oman.
Acceptance of uranium enrichment. Do you think the U.S. will accept uranium enrichment now?
No, but if I'm Iran, I don't care what the United States wants or thinks. This is Iran saying, I'm a sovereign country. I'm part of the NPT. I allow IAEA inspections. I'm doing everything that the international law requires. We're going to make the call then. They're not going to be held hostage by the Zionists.
All right. Acceptance, lifting of all primary and secondary sanctions.
Yep. That has to be done before again, if I'm Iran, you lift those sanctions first. Then we'll talk about opening the Strait of Hormuz. Because,
all right,
if they open it, then what incentive does the West have to lift the sanctions? And then it forces Iran to go back and then try to shutter the strait, which they can do, but then it puts them in the position being seen as the violator of an agreement.
Agree. Termination of all resolutions of the UN Security Council and the IAEA Board of Governors. IAEA Board of Governors.
That should not be difficult at all.
All right. Payments of compensation for Iran. How would those payments look like?
Yeah, that one would probably be negotiated because they'll could come to the agreement that the payments, the ships coming in and out of the Persian Gulf, that they will be the payees, that money that will come to Iran because of that traffic will be its compensation.
Withdrawal of American combat forces from the region. Do you think they mean bases?
No, not just bases. The ships. You got the two Muse.
But do you think it doesn't? You said not just bases. Do you think it does include bases?
Yeah. Yes, it includes bases. I think the U.S. plan already is to reposition, withdraw from the region, and set up set up their bases back at Incirlik in Turkey.
And do you think Israel offered permission for the U.S. to have bases there?
Yeah, and they could. That would be sort of a workaround that they set up bases inside Israel. Again, which gets us back to, if Israel's not a signatory to the ceasefire, then if they continue attacking Iran, Iran's going to attack Israel. And if U.S. bases are co-located there, you get the U.S. Arguing that this is a violation of the ceasefire. So that gets messy.
I want to go back to the payments of compensation for Iran. Do you agree that this is a good point? They kept it vague. Iranians kept it vague because there's multiple ways that compensation could be paid.
Yeah. That's a good diplomatic tool. If it's really, really important, then you define it precisely. It's like the guy He's standing on a beach, and a lantern walks up, and he starts polishing the lantern, and a genie pops out and says, "You've got one wish. I'll grant you one wish." And the guy thought and thought. He goes, "I want to be on the beach with 3 scantily clad ladies." And the genie goes, "Your wish is granted." Guy opens his eyes. He's there on the beach with 3 80-year-old women wearing bikinis. Okay? So he didn't define the terms of the deal. He didn't make it clear. So that this is where you have to get some precision.
All right, so I've got more information for you, by the way, Larry. And we have a pretty large audience today. We've got between X and YouTube, probably the biggest audience we've ever had in any show. A lot of people are trying to get the information on this, on the latest developments. So we're giving you all the updates as they come in. Arachi put out a big statement, by the way. Statement on behalf of the Supreme National Council. On behalf of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I express gratitude and appreciation for my dear brothers, he, Prime Minister of Pakistan Sharif, and he, Field Marshal Munir. In response to the brotherly request of PM Sharif in this tweet, and considering the request by the US for negotiations based on its 15-point proposal, as well as announcement by POTUS about acceptance of the general framework of Iran's 10-point proposal as a basis for negotiations, I hereby declare on behalf of the Iran Supreme National Council, if attacks against Iran are halted, our powerful armed forces will cease their defensive operations. For a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with the due consideration of technical limitations.
Yeah, so that means Iran's still going to control who goes in and out. They may or may not impose a fee, and it's going to put the U.S. and Israel in the position of stopping attacks. Now, I don't see, so you don't see, Iran's not the one seeking a deal here. I think that's clear.
Israel is still striking Lebanon as we speak. Come on. Don't do this. Don't do what we did to fucking Syria. We do it every fucking time. Come on. Iran and the US are not striking each other. Iran is not striking the Gulf. The US is not striking Iran. Like, come on.
No, Israel's like a rabid dog. If Trump's deal goes through, he could actually leave the Iranians hanging, which would be good. Iran then, if left to its own devices, would have to stop this. The United States has been the great enabler of the Iranians' genocidal tendencies. Just imagine if Arachi, the Iranian foreign minister, had said about Israel what Trump said about Iran. It's going to be eliminated. We're going to eliminate that civilization tonight. That would be considered a genocidal threat.
Yeah. If Iran made that, like everyone's talking, Iran saying death to America, death to America. What did Trump just say about Iran? So you can't use rhetoric as an excuse anymore.
Yeah.
Iran could say death to America. Trump could say, let's annihilate Iran. Israel, let's say, I want to invade Lebanon. That's a new world order. But that's not, this should not justify an attack anymore. Breaking, Al-Nusra ballistic missile launched from Yemen towards Israel.
Right.
The Houthis are striking Israel because Israel just struck Lebanon.
So, yeah, like I said, until they actually stop shooting, and it's going to have to be Israel that stops first, because right now Israel is one up on Iran, and Iran's retaliating, and Iran will continue to retaliate for every Israeli bomb or missile fired in its direction.
What is the likelihood this will break out again?
Pretty likely. Yeah.
Sorry, I rephrased the question. Sorry, because it'll break out again this year.
Oh, I think it'll break out again this month.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What do you think will trigger it?
Israel's going to attack. They'll try to assassinate the new Ayatollah. They're not going to stop. The only way they'll stop is if the United States completely cuts them off, and the rest of the world cuts off Israel, shuns it. But China keeps doing business with them. India keeps doing business with them. Turkey keeps doing business with them. So, as long as that nonsense goes on, Israel thinks it can get away with anything. And frankly, it has up to this point.
But do they have the capacity to continue the war?
No,
like,
not
they
by
agreed
them,
to this
not
war
by
very
them,
quickly.
not by
And
themselves.
they weren't even just. What do you make of the fact that they were surprised by these negotiations? Does that show Trump maybe broke that stranglehold that many people thought, or Israel either had or people thought they had?
Yeah, well, it comes down to if you're the two survivors from the sinking of the Titanic, and there's only one lifeboat, who gets to go in it? And you decide, I'm going to save myself, not the other. And that's where I think Trump is trying to save himself, save his. I think, frankly, his presidency is beyond the point of salvation. We'll see, though.
I see how the polls. What happens with the polls?
Oh, well, the polls are. What's killing them is the price of gas. I just went out and filled up today. I get it at a discount by being at one of these large buying clubs, but the price of gas now, it went from $2.54 at the 28th of February to now it's $3.92. So $1.42, $1.40 roughly. It's gone up in price, and while right now the oil markets, the futures markets are reacting to, peace is at hand, the price has fallen. The actual price of those oil tankers when they come into port is more like $140 a barrel, and that's not going down.
Look, hopefully it continues heading in the right direction. We're going to continue the stream for another couple of hours. Larry, always a pleasure to have you, sir. Thank you so much for sticking with us for the whole hour.
Hey,
I'd love to have you back if you got time. Thank you, sir.
I look forward to celebrating a hug with you when the joy breaks out, if it turns out to be real. But
I'll fly out and we'll hug. We'll finally hug. I haven't seen each other in person for a while.
Yeah, just keep a little bit of jaded skepticism as you continue to watch this unfold.
I need to learn to do that more. Well, thank you so much, Larry.
All right, my friend. Hey, good night.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
For the audience, I'm going to read out some updates now as our next guest joins. Malcolm Nance will be coming online any second. If America hypothetically, there it is. What happens next based on current information? Iran and the US agreed to a 2-week ceasefire in which Israel is also included. Iran agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz during these 2 weeks. In turn, America has agreed to begin negotiations in Islamabad on Friday based on Iran's 10-point plan. The acceptance of Iran's 10-point plan, which contains the lifting of sanctions, guarantees of non-aggression, acceptance of nuclear enrichment, formal Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz, and other things, is a precondition for the establishment of a permanent ceasefire. If America does not abide by the 10-point plan, it is likely the war will continue after 2 weeks. And Iran is attacking the UAE as we're speaking.
Yeah.
Why is Iran attacking the UAE, Malcolm?
Okay. Well, because despite the fact that the foreign or the Speaker of the House of Iran saying that this agreement has been done, that's diplomacy. Iran, don't forget, has 31 independent combat commands as part of their Iranian IRGC-wide Mosaic command strategy, in which those officers are getting messages that have been passed down earlier in today, or according to a strike book that's been distributed months and months and months ago. The attacks will taper off so long as they can get verification that Mushtaba al-Khamenei himself is ordering this, and that this isn't some sort of underhand double dealing by civilians. And so I think by morning, these attacks will be over with. And, the ones that went off 1 minute and 38 seconds after this was announced, Israel started getting ballistic missiles impacting in there. So sort of like the end of World War I, you're going to still have a few rounds fired afterwards. The question is, how long will this last? And is it actually enduring? If it's based on the Iranian 10-point peace plan, if they can get most of these items on there, they're not particularly, they're sort of maximalist, right? Like Iran is now going to charge the IRGC multipass fee, right? of $2 million per ship. That's number 7 of their peace plan. So that 10-point proposal is being used as the heart of all future negotiations. Let's be honest here. This gives Iran 2 weeks to dig out all of the silos and portals of their ballistic missiles that have been attacked by the United States, to do a full-scale inventory. I have a bad feeling for Donald Trump that this is going to be the beginning of the end. He cannot re-engage and start attacks against Iran simply because Lloyd's of London doesn't open up the insurance and doesn't allow all the tankers to come out. What you might have tomorrow morning is very simple, right? Once the actual stops go out, the Iranians may go on international bridge to bridge, right? Channel 16, and they may say, all vessels transiting the SOH, here are your geographic navigation points that you will navigate to, a channel between Qashem Island, Larak Island. You will check in with us, and then you will go out according to the navigation route that we have. That's what they are set up for, that $2 million route, right? The IRGC multipass toll booth. If that becomes permanent and not just open freedom of navigation, you may have some vessels that just, because there are mariners that have been stranded there for 6 going on 7 weeks now, they may just run it, right? I don't think that the Iranians will do anything. But right now, they dictate whether the Strait of Hormuz is open or closed based on Lloyd's of London and other insurance companies believing the IRGC won't attack them and destroy the cargoes that have been sitting on these ships since the beginning of the war.
Can I go back to the original thing you were explaining? Why? So a few minutes ago, just before you joined, literally 2 minutes before you joined, Israel struck the Bekaa Valley in Lebanon. Seconds after that, the Houthis, we get reports, I don't know if they fired it beforehand, but the Houthis fired a missile on Iran. And just now we got a report as you were speaking, just as you came on, Iran fired ballistic missiles on the UAE.
Right.
I'll give you my guess. Israel strike on Lebanon is Israel being Israel. They've done this in every freaking ceasefire.
I do it all the time.
The Houthis firing one missile on Israel, that one missile is useless. They're going to intercept it. But it's more symbolic for the Houthis to say, Iran, we were by your side. Because some people are questioning whether the Houthis were actually, their allegiance was still with Iran, or whether they did a deal with Saudi in the back end, because they didn't go all out. And number 3 is why Iran struck the UAE is sour taste. The UAE, a lot of reports where the UAE were encouraging the US. I'm not sure if these were true. I don't think they were true. But that could be just the Iran sending a message to the UAE like, we're pissed off at you as the war wraps up.
I think it's just because it's Tuesday. And that's what was on the ballistic missile launch schedule. And because don't forget, this was not supposed to just suddenly end. This deal appears to have been brokered by Pakistan with the help of the Egyptians and the Turkish, right? And based on your own reporting that you've seen, your really great tweets, the Chinese said, hey, might be time to, get this thing into the negotiation sphere. But let's be honest. If the war ends now, right now we're in a pause, a Donald Trump 2-week taco, right? If this is the way it is, and U.S. forces start withdrawing, because Iran's first negotiated point will be, you need to start withdrawing U.S. forces from this region, right? The Iranians are going to be watching what's going on in Kuwait. They're going to be watching what's going on in Saudi Arabia. If more aircraft, ships, and weapon systems start coming into the theater that are not defensive in nature, they're just going to say, are you just preparing 2 weeks for the Marines to arrive, get your airborne forces in place, and then you're going to come out and try to do a knockout punch? So they would be, it would be also behoove the Iranians to start digging, right? Get everything that they want out of there so that the Iranians, if this starts again.
More news. Malcolm, there's more news. I'll just kind of feed you as it comes. Not only Israel, so we got a report earlier, Israel was not happy with the deal. Saudi, the UAE, and Bahrain, and Oman are deeply dissatisfied with the deal. Yeah, I don't know why Oman is there. Another mistake. That report just came in. This is not from this is more from an aggregator, not an original source. So take that with a grain of salt. But from a reputable source, they don't have the name, but it's one of the reputable sources that sent it to me in the message. The 2-week ceasefire announced by Trump does include Lebanon. which we heard about that from other sources. Channel 12 and others said Lebanon's included. YNAT said, no, this is YNAT. YNAT, Israeli publication outlet, said Lebanon's included. So these are two pieces of information as well that just came in. Have you seen the terms by Iran, by the way? Because they seem to be setting the terms. Have you read the 10 points?
Well, I've got the 10 points sitting right in front of me.
Oh,
one, a guarantee that Iran will not be attacked again. That literally will end all of Trump's offensive operations against Iran. And here's literally all, other than the decapitation of the old guard who were killed on February 28th and the few officers who were killed in between there. That is not regime change, right? We changed the regime for a younger, faster, more vengeful, and adaptive Iranian arm. I mean, the guys who were killed they're in their 70s and 80s, right? The oldest guy that's probably alive now is my age, right? 60s, who thinks young, right? Looks good. But the guys below me are going to be majors, captains, and colonels who are in their 30s and 40s, who will say, hey, why are we playing on these terms? Why don't we create a better ballistic missile launch strategy? Why don't we get more FPV drones into the hands of our soldiers? Let's do an entire missile inventory and recreate the air defense system there. This is going to work out awesome for the Iranians. They didn't lose this war, right? It looks like they're going to win this war on the 10-point peace plan, because apparently the Pakistanis are saying that is the heart of what we should accept.
Iran just fired missiles at Israel. I think this is Iran's way of saying fuck you to Israel after what Israel did after the 12-day ceasefire. Remember the 12-day war ceasefire?
Yeah.
Israel just struck Iran hard. I think it's what Iran's doing. What a difference. Yeah. With the 12-day ceasefire, a lot of people speculated Iran got his ass handed to him. And now it's like the complete opposite. It's just so...
Yeah, I mean, they spent 47 years preparing for this war. And I'm sorry to say it, none of America's objectives were met other than the destruction of the Iranian Navy and some of its conventional capability, including aircraft and things like that. You know what's going to happen now? The Chinese are going to come in. If this thing becomes permanent, Chinese are going to come in, and that place is going to look like China. Okay, they're going to bring in 5th-generation fighters. They're going to do exchanges of oil. The Chinese are going to rebuild everything. They're going to make money. They're going to get all the free oil that they want, right, in exchange for strengthening Iran's defensive positions. And Iran is going to go right back to producing ballistic missiles. They may have that capability underground. They're going to clear all their missile ports. They're going to do an inventory, and they're going to go, oh, we didn't have 15,000 missiles. We have 19,723. And now we're going to start pre-planning where we're going to strike if the United States hits us again. Same thing to end Israeli strikes in Lebanon. Okay, check. Lifting all U.S. sanctions on Iran. Well, they've already lifted all the oil sanctions.
Yeah, true.
Right?
Since the Bush administration. That's
the
what
Bush
the
administration.
New York Times is saying.
George Herbert Walker Bush, right? I think we got sanctions to go back
it has to be.
When I was a kid.
It has to be, because they want all sanctions lifted. Let me see what New York Times said. The news is coming in so quickly. A 10-point proposal includes lifting of all sanctions since the George Bush administration. They didn't say which one. That's according to the New York Times, but I don't have the full report. Just have a summary. But I'm assuming it's senior. Israeli jets continue operating over Western Iran. Yeah,
well, they're going to. And this is going to be the hard part, because Trump and Netanyahu are probably going to feel that since they have aerial dominance, that they can stay there. And we go into a situation like Saddam and Iraq's Southern Watch, where we fly over there and declare a no-fly zone or something like that. And the Iranians are going to say, oh, war's still on. Okay, we understand that. Iran will impose a Hormuz fee of $2 million per ship. I read an estimate that could bring in as much as $90 billion a year. And that's petty cash for insurance companies. It's nothing. I was just on one of your spaces, and somebody was there, sit rep, it might think, was saying, oh, well, what do we get out of this, right? The Iranians are beating us on these terms. We allow them to dominate 20% of the oil that passes through the Strait of Hormuz. If this war hadn't started, none of this would be in place. It was flowing freely on 27 February. Right? So now we're just in a place where now the Iranians have forced you to formalize that geography determines what moves through the SOH. Not you. It's the insurance companies, the Iranians, and geography. And they will determine whether those ships can get out. I'll tell you this much, Mario. A lot of ships will run out when this is open. I think very few ships will enter to load. Because you could get stuck there for, after 2 weeks, you could get stuck there for a very long time.
I'm very emotional about all this. It's been honestly this war, because I never thought this war would happen. It's a war, such a stupid war, such an unnecessary war. So we got more information here. So I apologize for the pause for the audience. The negotiations during these 2 weeks do not mean the end of the war unless our conditions are agreed to and our finger remains on the trigger. That's Iran's Supreme National Security Council. Iran seems to be the one less willing. Trump made a post announcing a win. That's the end of it. Iran's like, guys, don't get too excited. We won our terms. They know they won.
Yeah. I just put out a fun tweet called welcome to the off-ramp. This is where we are, guys. Trump, I'm going to be honest with you, straight up, right? I don't care. I always say this. We could be talking about Burundi, South Africa, Burkina Faso, Madagascar, the Reunion Islands. This agreement by Trump, which he was he jumped on it. And that limit and the initial draft was drafted by the White House, as you showed on your Twitter timeline, and was then released by the Prime Minister of Pakistan. So Trump desperately wanted this off-ramp. He needs it. The global economy was within weeks of collapsing. But the Iranians are talking like, okay, they've accepted our terms, and this war will end within the parameters of our 10-point agreement. Although I got to tell you, I think it's brilliant that the IRGC or the Iranians offered to split that $2 million fee with Oman, because I think Oman, will think, wow, great, freedom of navigation. Wait, what? We could earn $40 billion a year by agreeing to this? That's pretty good. I mean, this is what I say about people who, you've been to, you live in the United Arab Emirates. Have you been to the camel contest down in Liwa? Right? No, you got to go to that someday, because these are the world's top camel salesmen going at each other, putting eyelashes on camels and things like that. They know what they're doing with each other. It's when you step in or a foreigner steps in that you come into a game you're not good at, and they will take you for a ride. They will sell you a camel. You'll pay 30 times the price. The camel will walk back home that same night, and they'll change it. Trump, he started this, and now, as Rudyard Kipling saying, here lies the fool who tried to hustle the East.
Can I ask you another question? There's something that worries me here is the wording of it from the beginning. So I don't know if you know this. So the news broke. We broke it first by a source that I spoke to. So 50 minutes before Trump's post, 49 minutes, I get a message from someone that was speaking to the source that was part of the negotiations. The message was very clear and very simple, but very clear. And the wording is what worried me, because it just said Trump accepted a 15-day ceasefire. So they said ceasefire, because I was like, is that, you mean delay or ceasefire? But they said Trump accepted. They didn't say the war is over. They didn't say Iran accepted. They never replied whether Iran accepted. Then we got reports afterwards from Qatari news publications about, so 50 minutes after our report, Trump confirmed the deal. After that, a few minutes afterwards, Qatar said that we've accepted the Iran's accepted the deal. And then Iran put out their statement. My worry is that, and based on the rhetoric we're seeing right now, Trump wants this deal. Trump is going to walk away. Trump has already walked away in his mind. He actually did days ago, and I think this is why his rhetoric was escalating. He already made the call to walk away, in my point of view. But what worries me is that, what if he made the deal to walk away and he's going to do what I was recommending he does, which is walk away and let everyone else clean the mess? Because I don't think Iran will give him an off-ramp. So if he did do that, then who calls the shots? Because it doesn't seem like Iran are willing to budge on anything. And Trump just left them. So Iran's just going to be able to do whatever they want, really.
I think one of the points that is not, and I just mentioned this a moment ago, one of the points that is not on that list of 10 things is the removal of U.S. forces from the Gulf. And you can be pretty sure the Iranians are going to be leaning into everybody and going, y'all need to start thinking about what's going to come next, right? If this breaks down, Trump screws you, Netanyahu screws you, we get Israeli fighters, suddenly we start digging at Isfahan, and a B-2 bomber or a B-52 drops 20, 30 JDAMs on top of us. Y'all need to think about what we're going to do to you when that happens, right? And I thought there were implicit threats against energy, bridges, everything. Every time they put one of those things out, it worked. It made everyone worry about it, right? And so, you know, I think that the status quo, we are technically, Iran is in a stronger position than it was on February 27th, much stronger. They have their missiles. They've told the Iranians, they told the Pakistanis, I'm sorry, what their inventory was. Maybe half that inventory is buried, but they can get to it in 2 weeks. They've been digging out ballistic missile portals. So the Yazid missile complex with, you know, all of its ballistic missiles down below, which are being assembled, could be, I mean, they could be doing a full inventory. And then at the end of that 2 weeks, they have just as much, if not more capacity to fight as they had before the war. Forget about the Navy, forget about the Army and the Air, or forget about the Air Force and military bases. Their capacity is asymmetric. It's entirely on the IRGC commandos. They're going to do inventory of sea mines. You're going to see 1,000 little small boats come out and drive around like having a grand old time. And we're going to be sitting there thinking, yeah, we're collecting intelligence on them. Yes, you are. But they're also demonstrating what you didn't kill, right? And the people this message will be for, just like that tanker that got hit this morning, 25 kilometers south of Kish Island, just barely outside of Iranian waters. The Iranians just wanted to make a little example of it. Now, Strait of Hormuz empties out of ships. Very few ships come in, or a few adventuresome ships will come in, try to fill up and get out as quickly as possible. But now Iran's going to be making bank. The IRGC determines who comes in and out now, along with Oman. But I'll tell you one thing. What's going to happen, Mario, when Trump tries to bring the USS Boxer through the SOH in a few days to exercise freedom of navigation? That's a warship. Is that in violation of this agreement? So I didn't see them say they would exercise full freedom of navigation. They said they would allow ships through on the basis of the IRGC, of Iran's subsequent checking of them. They're all going to have to go through the Larak Kishem toll booth now.
Iran just fired missiles at Saudi as well. Is it possible it's because of their decentralized command structure? Some other people might not even know there's a peace deal.
Now they know it's a peace deal. This is the Mosaic project, though. I mean, this is why the Mosaic command structure allows them. These guys have got ballistic missile launch windows. And, you know, shots were fired at the end of 11/11/11, right? Or 18, when World War I ended. Okay, so it's going to take a little while for them to get the full authorization brought down by motorcycle couriers to go, hey, all 31 of you combat commanders, secure from firing until further notice. However, if attacked, you will defend. If there is an incursion through the Gulf by U.S. warships, you will defend. That, of course, means that the Gulf will shut again, right? The SOH will shut again.
What do you think? What do you make of the fact that Israel was not? I'll give a recap to the audience in a bit on everything. There's a lot there, but what do you make of the fact that the audience was unaware? Israel was unaware of the deal. They were caught by surprise. They were not looped in. Even the Gulf had no idea. They were preparing for a worst case scenario. I was speaking to various sources there. They're like, Mario, we literally have no freaking clue. And I don't know about the leaders, MBZ, MBS, etc., but the officials didn't.
They don't get a talk in this because this is about Trump and the word deal. Okay, he is fanatically obsessed with that term. He's going to claim he ended this war and that Iran has lost and the United States has won, and he reopened the SOH, which was open freely 41 days ago. But in his psyche, it's him who is winning. I'm sorry, Netanyahu was tied with him at the hip. They knew all about this. They would not stop combat operations in Lebanon if they were not coordinating with the United States, full stop.
So you think maybe officials were not informed, so Iran wouldn't know, because when you're negotiating with the other party, you don't want them to know what you're thinking. So it would have been a very closed skiff type meeting between Netanyahu, Trump, and the advisors, so it doesn't leak to officials.
Yeah, it'd be secure communications between Washington and Israel. But I'm going to tell you something. The very fact that Trump was throwing out those crazy threats and all these things and the deadline, Iran is a very, very skilled, experienced country here. All right. The Persian Empire Persian civilization has been around for 5,000 years, right? You do not come into the camel souk and think that you're setting the terms for buying camels. These guys understood the very moment the Pakistanis walked in there, begging on hands and knees, telling Trump he would give them a gift of 8 oil tankers that Pakistan would give Trump. Pakistan gets 27% of their oil from the Strait of Hormuz, from either Iran or the Gulf states. They're desperate for that oil. Desperate. Their entire industry, their national welfare is based on that oil. So Pakistan was ready to do the deal, lie to Trump, offer him bribes. And here's the Iranians sitting back watching it like this, right? Having a cup of tea, having a dates, and thinking these people are hardcore desperate. Iran could have extended this war for months, if not a year, and not thought twice about it. It's Trump who is desperate for this deal. Everyone was pressuring him, and this is the economic pressure Iran had been pushing down. That Trump screwed over the Gulf states? Well, we spoke about that earlier today. That's par for the course. He has no real respect for them. He just wants their money. And he just cost them trillions. So I think it'll be fascinating to see how they actually respond to this. And the UAE, by the way, the UAE didn't get their 3 islands back.
Oh, that was, to be honest, no one really, I know it was being discussed. Come on. Iran will fight to death to keep those islands. Especially knowing they had the upper hand. There is no way. I don't even know if the UAE really considered getting them. I know there were reports. I never confirmed those. And I just didn't find it to be that would destroy, because it will destroy the UAE. Iran's military capabilities. The UAE's trying to build itself, and I'm saying this very objectively. I criticize the UAE on many occasions, but in this case, I think the UAE is trying to build itself as the middleman, the Switzerland of the region. Get Russia, get Ukraine, get Trump, get Xi Jinping, trying to be the peacemaker in the world. That's kind of the image they've been trying to do.
Well, that's done. But there is going to have to be, I think Oman is now taking that mantle. And, there has to be a country that has to now replace Qatar. Qatar's out of this game. I mean, they're literally lost trillions on this. And I think that they're wanting to be the middleman, the broker. The Emirates can't be the broker because they're openly hostile.
There's fires. They're firing everywhere. Kuwait, Bahrain. As we speak, there's sirens everywhere.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah. Welcome. Fireworks. But again, there is a battle plan that was in place before this agreement. And, the IRGC has the last say. I'm pretty sure by morning, everything will be calm again.
Agree.
And we'll start seeing ships try to run the SOH in a few hours.
There's a statement by the Prime Minister of Pakistan. Oh, okay. So Trump has reposted Iran's foreign minister's statement, Abbas Arachi. He posted it, the one that says, on behalf of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I express gratitude and appreciation for my dear brothers, the Prime Minister, blah, blah, in response to the brotherly request of Prime Minister Sharif. In his tweet, and considering the request by U.S. for negotiations based on his 15-point proposal, as well as announcement by POTUS about acceptance of the general framework of Iran's 10-point proposal as a basis for negotiations, I hereby declare on behalf of the Iran Supreme National Council, if attacks against Iran are halted, our powerful armed forces will also stop. For a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces.
Yeah, that's the only sentence. That's the only sentence Trump saw in that thing. Okay, he didn't read the rest of it, right? He's just like, whoa, Straits of Hormuz is open. And he's going to declare victory that he got the Strait of Hormuz open after he closed the Strait of Hormuz by attacking Iran. It's absolutely amazing. But the real upswing of it, I'm looking at Jim Sciutto's tweet where it says, Iran has achieved a great victory and forced the United States to accept its 10-point plan. Iran is now stronger, and let me be honest, richer, because the U.S. has raised sanctions. The U.S. can't impose sanctions on that oil now, right?
Yeah.
Everyone needs that oil to come out. Kharg Island's not under U.S. control. The SOH is not controlled by the Marines. The United States doesn't get a dime of that SOH rent, multi-pass money, easy pass money. The toll booth is now going to be open, and Iran is making bank. So they're stronger here. And by saying, oh, they lost their Navy, they lost their Air Force. Well, now they'll be able to buy Chinese fifth-generation fighters, brand new radars, proven air defense systems, and $1 billion. They'll go embark on making 1 million FPV drones like they're Ukraine.
The Prime Minister of Pakistan made the following statement. With the greatest humility, I'm pleased to announce that the Islamic Republic of Iran and the US, along with their allies, have agreed, so allies as in Israel, there's no one else involved, and have agreed to an immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon and elsewhere, effective immediately. Sorry, along with their allies, that includes the Houthis and Hezbollah. I warmly welcome the sagacious gesture and extend deepest gratitude to the leadership of both countries and invite their delegations to Islamabad on Friday 10th to further negotiate. So that's in 2 days. To further negotiate 3 days, to further negotiate for a conclusive agreement to settle all disputes. Both parties have displayed remarkable wisdom and understanding and have remained constructive, engaged in furthering the cause of peace and stability. We earnestly hope that the Islamabad talks succeed in achieving. He called it Islamabad talks, taking credit. I remember when Trump tried to be the peacemaker between Pakistan and Afghanistan, and Pakistan and India. Now Pakistan is the peacemaker between Iran and the US. Everyone's trying to take credit for everything. That the Islamabad talks succeeded in achieving sustainable peace and wish to share more good news in the coming days. In the meantime, I would read. So as a statement that some people's like, what if the command structure in Iran, it's actually a good question. What if the command structure in Iran, that mosaic, all these different commanders have directions to destroy the Gulf and their energy infrastructure, and they haven't had word yet, or they don't want to listen to the ceasefire, they don't want to abide by the ceasefire, haven't heard about the ceasefire? I find it unlikely. Iran's communication, it's not back to the Stone Ages. They know. And I think they'll all abide to it. Their command structure is still pretty solid. That's my guess. We're not going to see destruction of the energy Gulf infrastructure.
Yeah.
There's more missiles launched right now to Israel. They're still going on.
Yeah. Well,
how long have they gone for? Is that normal?
That motorcycle courier, it's only been an hour. That motorcycle courier from Tehran had better come down with that wax-sealed letter to that Mosaic commander. But, they are firing according to schedule. So it'll abate. The question is, will Israel stop flying combat missions over Western Iran? Will the United States right now cease all combat operations in the region? This is entirely, you never know. Trump could come out tomorrow morning and say, we saw them digging out at Isfahan, we're going to strike them. The minute the first bomb goes, war's back on. Or the next phase of another war is starting. I don't know.
What is the likelihood that this breaks out again this month, Malcolm?
This month, I don't know. I think that really depends on
cluster. But sorry to interrupt you, Malik. The missiles it's cluster missiles to Israel.
Yeah, they're always shooting. They're shooting cluster all the time now because they have a much higher probability. The clusters break open in space, so the interceptors can't stop them, right? And these are pretty high explosive, basketball-sized explosives falling. Like 80 of them falling all over the place every night. They're doing this. And they have a much higher probability of impact. So, I think it really
the fact that they're
depends
still
on
firing them now. Sorry to interrupt. Just the fact they're still firing them now, because if it's a symbolic missile, I wouldn't expect it to be cluster missile. I know they've been firing it on a daily basis. The warheads, they kind of scatter around, impossible to intercept.
No,
but I thought
they're still in their firing schedule, right? Again, that wax-sealed envelope from the Ayatollah has not reached that Mosaic commander. And the word will get around, and they will pause it or get confirmation from Tehran that all firing schedules are now in abeyance.
So about the war breaking out this month, sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What do you think?
Possibility of war reflashing, very high. And I think if it does, it'll be Israel that does it. They have again, we've been saying this every day, and it's been proven true every time. They have their own agenda here. They are not so much signatories of this agreement as they are under the control of the United States as part of this agreement. And if they say, hey, listen, we see them digging in Isfahan, and they're going to get that 450 kilograms of uranium out. Sometimes you guess, your buddy in the car, all right, who has a big mouth and talks mouthy to the cop, can get you in a lot of trouble, right? So we will have to see.
The enriched uranium, do you really think that Iran they'll continue having their right to enrich uranium? Like, what win is Trump getting out of this? He must have something. There must be something.
Yeah. He now cannot be blamed for the absolute collapse of the global economy. That's where we were headed, Mario.
That's a win?
That's the only win he's getting right now. All of his friends have made an enormous amount of money playing insider trading off of the oil market. We saw that, including his sons, right? And now he can say that he's the new peacemaker. He saw the writing on the wall. People explained to him that this was going to be really bad. But the people who really lost were the Gulf states. The Gulf states have lost trillions. Iran can go Iran can go forever, right? But you got to restock Carrefour. You got to restock Sainsbury's at some point for the population to do it. You've got to get those people back and get the projects that you had online. I have a feeling, though, like we talked about earlier today, I think the UAE is going to go into an expansion hold. They're going to turn the light switch of money off for about 3 or 4 years. They're going to rebuild things. They're going to start putting more defenses in place. But I think it's going to be a slow haul for UAE and Saudi Arabia. Definitely Qatar. Okay, Qatar lost a lot of capacity with the attacks on Ras Laffan and other places. They want to get that going. And they're going to be the ones front and center telling Trump, don't restart this. Don't restart this. But to be honest, Iran has now come out of this much stronger.
I cannot disagree. How is the Gulf going to look like? What is the possibility of the American bases being gone? What is the relation? You've already talked about it briefly earlier. The relation with China. How will China get into this? Because you said they're going to, making bank on this all, being able to get into the Gulf with that. How big of a gap is the U.S. going to leave in the region, if any?
I think there's going to be a gap. I don't think that they'll come back to Bahrain. I think the Qataris will now reevaluate having U.S. Central Command headquarters in their country. It did not defend them. Right now, the Qataris can say, hey, we can now work with the Saudis, the Emiratis on an integrated air defense system, buy more advanced systems from South Korea. South Korea's air defense system has a much higher level of intercept than the Patriot, right? 97.6% as opposed to 92% on the Patriots. So you're going to see a lot of Asian advanced weapon sales there. They're going to dump all their old Russian equipment. They're going to revamp what works and what doesn't. You're not going to see the Qataris rebuild that $1.2 billion radar that was killed by a $20,000 drone. And you may see the Qataris say, hey, listen, for us to be mediator, we can't have you here. So Udaid, the U.S. may announce that the base in Doha is not as operational as we would need it to be. And they're going to move that base, those forces, to Uvda Air Base in Israel. Mark my words on that one.
What is Israel's future? Sorry. What is Israel's future in this? Like, how they have to end the war with Hezbollah. Hezbollah's still there. There was a report that came in yesterday that Israel's surprised by Hezbollah's capabilities. What is it? Is this instability going to continue? Like, are we going to have Iran is still a deterrent against Hezbollah, against Israel. That deterrent is not gone. But how's it going to look like? Will Iran get closer to the Gulf nations? Or what?
No, Iran is the bully with the baseball bat who said, I told you I would kick your ass. Right? You and your friends couldn't do it. Right? And I put in my licks on you, and you guys got a couple of licks on me. But I'm still here. Iran is massive. Right? Massive. It still has forces that they didn't even unleash in this war. Masses of anti-ship missiles, all of the high-speed small boats, smashing up of all the infrastructure in the Gulf states. Those oil refineries can be repaired, but they're still under Iran's gun, right? As far as Israel's concerned, right now, they're going to have to figure out What are they doing in that area between the border and the Litani River? Is that greater Israel now? Is that a no personnel zone? Now that the ceasefire started, families are going to want to come back. They displaced almost 1 million civilians. And now it's what happens when Hezbollah, their commando forces, start fighting. Don't forget, Israel felt that they could kill Hezbollah because they killed all those leaders or incapacitated all those leaders with the pagers. But I keep warning you, it's the deputy and the deputy's deputy who are in their 20s and their 30s who are smarter, better, faster, more adaptive. And they're there. They exist as a combat force in Hezbollah. Now they're the old guys, right? So that war is going to be one that we really need to keep a lookout for, because that could upend everything.
People are wondering why Iran accepted this deal. There was a report that China is the one that coerced them into it, that it convinced them to accept the deal. And obviously, China has a lot of influence. My response would be like, Iran has a lot of reasons to accept the deal. They got everything they want.
Everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Why wouldn't they? I just want to bring up that 10-point plan again.
Yeah,
because there's a couple of things that we didn't talk. All right. An end to Israel's strikes in Lebanon, so they save Hezbollah. Lifting of all U.S. sanctions on Iran, that's up to negotiation. We've already done it, right? Ending to all regional fighting against Iran's allies. That means stopping against Hezbollah, stopping against the Houthis, all right, and stopping attacks on the Hezbollah in Iraq. That's done. Now everybody can go back to re-inventorying all their drones and missiles, right, for the next round of war. In return, Iran would open the Strait of Hormuz, which they're going to. Iran will pose a fee of $2 million per ship. So now Iran's going to make at least $45 billion a year and split it with Oman, which is number 8. So now Oman gets this big front. I think people would have thought, wow, we should have done this a long time ago. Provide rules for safe passage through Hormuz, which means Iran now controls the traffic separation scheme, which means they're going to have to check in with the IRGC, whether through ship-to-ship radio, and, ships that come in that don't pay the easy pass or the multipass won't be allowed out. And finally, number 10, Iran to use Hormuz fees for reconstruction instead of reparations. So in other words, I'm flipping all the Gulf states off. That money will reconstruct our country, and we're not giving you any of it.
Fucking hell, anyone that says Iran didn't win this war.
This is a win.
Is just
they're stronger. Shit. They're stronger than before this war. And
do you think they will change their
force intact?
Do you think they'll change their foreign policy? Do you think that they'll be looking at this? Mushtaba would be like, you know what? We won this, but I want to transform Iran. I want to change my proxy model. I want to improve relations with Israel. Obviously not instantly, over the next 10-year period.
Israel?
I don't want to call it chant death. Even Israel in a 10-year period. That's in his mind. He won't mention it publicly.
No.
Relation with the US.
No.
To get the sanctions lifted permanently. To make sure nothing happens again.
If I were him, I would stop targeting Israel. Unless Israel comes over there. I would just say, hey, listen, that is over there. We are going to redirect all of our forces to be defensive. In other words, if anyone attacks us again, I will, Iran will economically slaughter every one of the Gulf states. Priority one, job one, every day, everywhere, all at once. Right? Now that's blackmail. And now they have the capacity, they have the demonstration that they could hurt everybody. I know Kuwait's got to be breathing easier. We talked about that today. 6 of their remaining water desalination plants are still online. They could have ended them today and created economic catastrophe everywhere. The Emirates, I'm sure, will be able to seduce back a lot of people and a lot more of their money. But I'm going to tell you, I'm pretty sure Trump International Golf Course ain't going through. No one wants to be ballistic missiled for that, or the Trump Hotel in Doha, or the Trump Tower in Riyadh. They are going to say, we lost too much money to go forward with these development deals. No one's going to be handing the United States $5 trillion, which is what they supposedly were going to give the U.S. to do investments in the United States. If they do that, it's simply to Trump-proof themselves from the next war so that they have money that's being generated overseas.
I want to read out the market summary here by Kubaisi Leather. The market's reaction is very telling. Amid the news of 2-week ceasefire, the S&P 500 is now nearing 6,800, trading just 3.5% away from new record high. Gold prices are soaring, $4,900 an ounce. Bitcoin is above $72,000. And oh wow, all right, I'm in crypto, so that's good news. And silver is nearing $77 an ounce. The reality is that the background of the Iran war's headlines and volatility, the AI revolution has been rapidly expanding and inflation expectations have risen. Magnificent Seven, he talks about financial things. He kind of moves on from the war. Is it possible there that, this is the person that gave me the source, but I'm sure I'll message them. So this is the update. Has the market moved on? Is this over economically according to them? Because I've always looked at the markets as a forward-looking indicator.
Well, I think it's a forward-looking indicator for the next 2 weeks. I think that they factored in that the ball is really in Iran's court. Trump has accepted what is the status quo of the Gulf now. You notice, I mean, the United States for 47 years, and I risked my life over the phrase freedom of navigation. That's not in there. That's not in there. Iran would open the Strait of Hormuz, impose a $2 million ship, split the fees with Oman, provide rules for safe passage. That is not freedom of navigation. So Iran will probably say, we do not authorize the transit of warships from the United States and Israel through the Strait of Hormuz, which ends freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. But the markets are going to demand it. They need that oil. They need that liquid natural gas. They need that helium. They need all those chemicals. And I think the market in the hunt for red stability are all ready to make their own deals. And they're making bets right now that at least for the next 2 weeks, they can make some money.
How long do you think Iran can and will keep control of the Strait of Hormuz?
At this point, forever. Look, the Strait of Hormuz the Strait of Hormuz is a geography lesson. Anyone that does not understand that the SOH is dominated by Iran, 3,000 to 5,000 foot sheer cliffs that abut the SOH. I show pictures of it every morning. You can go up to Musandam yourself and go camp out and look at Iran across the beach. It is a matter of geography. The entire length of the Iranian coast is 800 nautical miles. That's almost 1,600
They're still firing,
kilometers.
Malcolm, they're still firing missiles. They're still firing missiles. I shouldn't be worried. How long do you think before I start getting worried again? How long?
By tomorrow, a few hours. I think a few hours. But hey, they announced this on paper. That stuff has not reached the commanders. And don't forget, IRGC. What if it's a lie? What if Mushtaba al-Khamenei did not authorize this and the word goes out? Well, you'll find that out tomorrow. So, but I think that for now, like you said, the markets are going to dance, right? Cat's away, mice are going to play. Cat is not away. Cat is just sitting on the mantle watching. So understand the hard realities of geography, space, times, physics. Those mariners on those ships are going to be very happy. Ships are going to start weighing anchor. I suspect, though, by the time they reach the traffic separation scheme by sunup, which should be around 10 p.m. Eastern time. I don't know what time it is over there in Istanbul. But by sunup, ships are going to be trying to make that. Long lines of ships are going to be trying there. And I suspect the IRGC is going to come on channel 16 and say, we are sending you a set of navigation beacon points. You must follow these. And they will go through the Larak Island multipass, easy pass toll booth, right? Maybe they won't collect $2 million for ship, but they will get a voucher from each of them. Otherwise, those ships are subject to attack.
How destructive has this war been to Iran? How long to rebuild?
Yeah, no one knows that. Concrete is easy, right? This isn't Gaza. They didn't Gazify Iran. They hit government buildings. They hit military bases. They hit air bases. That's just a question of bulldozers and concrete. There's a lot of guys in Iran right now, people who have those conveyor belt concrete crushers. They're going to make a lot of money. Guys who can salvage rebar, they're going to make a lot of money. People who can actually bring in dump trucks and trucks that can mix concrete, they're going to make a lot of money. The Iranian government is going to fund a lot of that. But what I think you're going to see the most is there's going to be a lot of talk with the Chinese now. They're going to say, hey, we need real air defense systems, not big ones, small, medium altitude ones. We don't need Patriot level missile systems. They don't work for us. We need 31 independent air defense commands with stuff that can be hidden. You're going to see trucks, loads of trucks that that were disguised, be more disguised. They're not going to bring anything out of inventory, but they're going to be taking inventory. They're going to be asking who lived, who died, and who's ready to go back into battle if this ends in 2 weeks.
I've got a lot of questions for you as you were speaking just now. And by the way, tomorrow morning, Pete Hegseth will be giving a speech.
That guy's going to declare a total victory and that we crushed Iran and it was guys with dudes with guns. And
all the
you
PR,
know what? The Iranians are going to
should listen to this. Should listen to this as a perfect crash course on how to do PR.
It's going to be, no, it's not. And what he's going to do is he's going to say something stupid that the Iranians are going to say, are you threatening us? And it's going to balance on, Trump and Hegseth are going to make statements declaring they won and ended Trump's 10th war. It's going to be laughable.
These are pretty serious questions. How will is it going to be the beginning of a new Middle East? Is the Israeli hegemony in the region to do whatever they want in Gaza and Lebanon, has that come to an end in Syria? Because so far, Iran has been very hesitant in standing in the way of Israel. Israel strikes Hezbollah, Iran stands back. Supports Hezbollah, but they stand back. Iran is avoiding confrontation. But this is a new Iran.
The hard reality is Iran no longer has the ability to get across the Syrian desert and to support Hezbollah. This is on Hezbollah now. Now Iran can probably still get money to them, right? But there's no flying in transports worth of weapon systems and advisors and all that. This will be a new Hezbollah, though. Okay, I'm going to be the one to say it. When I was 24 years, no, not even 24 years old. When was I Lebanon? 1983. Let me see, 23. That was 46 years ago. When I was in Lebanon and I was 19 years old. Okay, I thought the world was mine. Hezbollah is going to have a boatload of guys between the ages of 17 and 40 who did not get killed or have, weren't at the top of the food chain when Israel decapitated all those guys with the pagers. They've learned that lesson now. Young, fast, adaptive. Where they're going to look for their lessons from? Ukraine. Right? You're going to see a generation of FPV drone pilots pop up, and you're going to be seeing videos like you saw with that Merkava the other day. You're not going to have one Merkava tank attack. You're going to see them create their army will transform from the old guys with rockets bombarding central Israel for punishment to the young guys killing Israeli soldiers with drones. That's where you're going to see an asymmetric shift with Hezbollah. And you know what? Young kids with drones are going to be far more effective at killing Israeli army soldiers than shooting stupid rockets into Israel just for fun. Leave the civilians alone. You want to fight the war? Israel was already beaten Lebanon once. Beat. Okay? Almost 20 years they were there. They're going to get beat again. But it will not be on the way that Israel thinks Hezbollah is going to fight again. The kids are going to do it. They're going to beat them in flip-flops too.
This is something I got very wrong. I thought this would be, I don't know if I posted it, but I've definitely believed it. I thought this is the end of Hezbollah. I didn't think Hezbollah will survive this war. And I think Hezbollah is going to come out stronger. I think this is bad for Lebanon. I respect what Hezbollah fight for on behalf of Lebanon. I don't respect when they drag Lebanon into the war as they did now for Iran. And I think Hezbollah would remain. And they'd become more subservient to Iran than they were a few months ago because Iran's stronger than ever.
No, this is, you know what it's like? It's like, Real Madrid or Manchester United losing its billionaire owners, right? And that the club is now run by the junior coaches who never got a chance and the players themselves who were never paid $1 billion like the senior guys. And then suddenly an upstart team fights their way to the top. And you're like, oh, wait, I didn't know you had all that talent. That's what the new Hezbollah. And I think we should actually refer to them as the new Hezbollah. The only thing they have in common with the old guys is that they were Shia Muslim, that they lived in Lebanon. And what they have different is these young kids ain't dead. The old guys
I have
are.
news. The missiles from Iran struck Jubail industrial city in Saudi again.
Yeah, that's about right. Hey, that's the
Not
basic
maybe.
industrial refinery, which they warned.
That's the one that
I mean, they
struck
hit
yesterday.
it this morning. Yeah, that's okay. Get your licks in. Last licks. Let the Saudis know who's got that. Who's the guy is still walking around the streets with the baseball bat. He's won.
Trump put out the statement. Hold on. Let me read it now. I don't know why people say. The alleged statement put out by CNN World News is fraud. As CNN well knows, the false statement was linked to a fake news site from Nigeria. And of course, immediately CNN picked it up and blared out as a legitimate headline. The official statement by Iran was just released and posted on Truth below. Authorities are looking to determine whether or not a crime was committed on the issuance of the fake CNN World statement. It was sick rogue player. CNN is being ordered to immediately withdraw the statement with full apologies for their usual terrible reporting. Okay, so Iranian
What was the statement?
Yeah. Did we cover this? What's the statement? So I think the 10-point plan Trump is saying is not true.
What?
I don't know.
The 10-point plan is not true? I thought he just tweeted the 10-point plan, the acceptance of it. I'm looking at Jim Shooter.
No, he posted, he retweeted foreign minister saying the war's ended and we're going to stop the attacks. He hasn't retweeted a 10-point plan for what I understand. Unless he just did now. Let me see. He posted at the Truth. Let me see.
It might be this statement about them, according to a statement from Iran's supreme leader. Well, we'll have to see. But whatever it was, what's CNN retraction?
There hasn't been a retraction. Yeah.
No. But he's demanding a retraction. So I want to see what it is that he's claiming.
The official statement by Iran is just released and posted on Truth below. Oh, he's just talking about the foreign minister's statement. So he's saying the 10-point plan by Iran is false. But Iran... Okay.
It'll be true by morning. Okay. No, so...
Why do you think he's walking
wait,
it back?
Stop the boat. Is he saying that the statement from Iran with all of those things, that their agreement to end is false?
The 10-point plan that me and you were reading, he's saying is false. The 10-point plan that everyone was reading and everyone posted about, that the Supreme Council posted. I think what's happening is there's still negotiations happening. Trump is, and I think Iran may be having a split within the government. There could be some hardliners that don't want this.
I don't think there's a split within the government. If somebody said early on, I thought it was you who said Mushtaba Khamenei himself. I'm looking at the statement on behalf of the Supreme National Security Council of the Islamic Republic of Iran. This is from Arachi. And that statement, it says, in response to the brotherly request of PM Sharif in his tweet, considering the request by the U.S. for negotiations, U.S. request by the United States for its negotiations based on its 15-point proposal, as well as the announcement by POTUS, President of the United States, about acceptance of the general framework of Iran's 10-point proposal as a basis for negotiations, I hereby declare on behalf of Iran's Supreme National Council. So that's it. They negotiate the 15-point and the 10-point. I don't see what they're saying is wrong about that. That is the official statement from Arachi himself.
He's saying the 10-point plan that everyone was treating as Iran's the statement by the Supreme National Council is not accurate. It's
the basis of Trump and Pakistan's negotiations is both the 15-pointer and the 10-pointer. So legit, it's valid. But I think Trump wants to eliminate that.
It's a PR war.
Yeah, it's a PR war because he needs to look like this is a victory. And if Iran's 10-point plan starts getting recognized and seen as the primary vehicle of this negotiation, he loses. We were just saying that. So now he's furious. So this thing could be broken by morning.
I have a theory.
Mm-hmm.
Missiles are being fired, Malcolm, as we speak. They were fired a few minutes ago to Israel. They keep being fired at the Gulf. No one's striking Iran. All strikes on Hezbollah, Iran, the Houthis have stopped. Iran is striking all neighboring countries as well as Israel.
Well, we don't know if U.S. forces have stopped. So
sorry.
we probably,
we're not getting reports
most likely, we're not getting reports, but most likely we have the ability to turn it off like a light switch.
But what if there is a split within Iran? What if some commanders don't want to end the war, some hardliners?
Well, the only hardliner that matters is the supreme leader. That guy's a hardliner. They killed his dad, they killed his wife, they killed his kid. And they've or maybe even have critically wounded him. So if Arachi is, going out on a limb thinking this is what people would like, they have their own council, right? They have the Council of 88 and whoever survived that. And, the IRGC command itself, you may have killed a lot of the top guys. Remember, those colonels and deputies are now in charge. And if in a few hours, they start throwing a barrage at Israel and Saudi, right? And they come out and somebody comes out and says, Mushtaba Khamenei did not agree to any of this. Then we're going to find out that Arachi is a dead man walking because the Israelis will kill him or the IRGC will kill him. But
what happens if there is a split and the hardliners continue striking hard? Do you think Israel and the US would just go all out?
What haven't they done? We've been all out since day one, bro. There's nothing we can do to Iran short of detonating a tactical nuclear weapon that we haven't done. We've used most of our most advanced cruise missiles for war against China on Iran. There is nothing more you can do. You can blow up the power plants. All that will do is punish 93 million people who will now subsequently hate you. But they'll still get dates. They'll still get bread. They'll still get food in. You will not have crushed their will at all.
Another couple of questions as we wrap up. I know it's getting late for you as well, Malcolm. Thank you so much for giving us the time for so long. And then we're going to get Vladimir on the show, who's been covering a lot. You know Vladimir from the space. You've spoken to him there. Been covering this very closely. I want to go back to the questions I was asking you before we got interrupted with the strikes in Tel Aviv right now. Initial reports of direct impacts in Tel Aviv and Beersheba. It just looks, if you look at just that news, it just looks like the war is ongoing on one side. But just the questions, though, Malcolm, on the new Middle East, can you continue explaining how it would look like? Hezbollah, we've talked about. Well, what happens to Syria? You've hinted about the Gulf, China.
Syria is stabilizing itself, so it's not a player, right? The key question is, what happens if Hezbollah starts fighting within the zone of confrontation? Will Israel take a defensive posture or will continue Ben-Gvir's very offensive posture, which has led to what, almost 2,000 civilians or more being killed here, right? The Gazification of everything below the Litani River. And I just can't believe that we're fighting at the Litani River again. I literally was 17 when the Israelis went to Litani for the first time. So this is their little buffer zone. Will civilians start filtering back there and the Israelis start doing things? It could go completely out of control with Lebanon. But that doesn't mean that the war with Iran has to start. If Israel decides they're going to keep doing combat strike patrols over Western Iran, the Iranians won't accept that. They will start firing and the ceasefire will break down. I think that the Iranians, though, won't close the Strait of Hormuz again, though. You know why? Because they're making money.
Yeah, 100%.
I would keep that going 100%. But I will tell you right now, the Iranians will not allow U.S. warships back into the Persian Gulf. That would be just one step too far. It would be almost guaranteeing their, why would you allow your enemy to preposition and then strike you secretly in 2 weeks? And they'll just say, we're declaring this. Only Gulf states can have their navies in there. Only Iran will have our little small boats in there. But the United States and Israel cannot come back in. I mean, it could be a new Middle East in that respect, but I think Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, and Oman are all just too beaten up for this thing to go again. UAE and Saudi may talk tough, but they too have lost trillions of dollars. So this may become the new status quo. Iran is the strongman in the Persian Gulf now. Well, they always have been, but now it's been exercised. Now we know.
How will Iran look like in 5 years from now?
Well, 5 years. I mean, it'll look exactly like it is now. They're not going to reconstitute their navy. Don't forget, Ukraine sank an entire navy with no ships, right? With those little drone boats. So I think you're going to see Iran massively produce drones. Drones really won this war. Ballistic missiles didn't. Ballistic missiles are designed to chew up your national resource, make you spend hundreds of billions of dollars. And when they get through, like they're getting through, Iran will produce all cluster warheads. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw in 5 years between you, me, and the fence post. If I were Iran, I'd buy nukes. I'd buy them from North Korea. I'd say we want 5.
Holy shit! You think Iran could actually get nukes after this?
Sure. Iran would desperately need nukes
man.
after this. And then to make their point, and I've said this before, I detonate one in the Baluchi Desert. Just say, oh, by the way,
I remember,
Trump's bestest buddy, North Korea, gave us these warheads. Now we know how to make them. Thanks. And then we're back to square one. They don't have to dig out their uranium.
What a fucking end to the war. And this is what the model of the US is: the president does something, the consequences of their actions or their decisions will impact future administrations. So the reason we're here, you cover the Ukraine war, you've covered it for a long time. The reason we're in the Ukraine war is not because of what Biden did, obviously not what Trump did. It goes back multiple administration policy over decades even, on both sides. I'm talking about the American side because you got multiple presidents coming in. The same thing in the Middle East. The Middle East state of it right now goes back multiple administrations. So Trump's administration right now will impact multiple future administrations.
Look, I'm going to be honest with you straight up. Okay, I've lived experience for almost 40 years. The Iranians tried to kill me. I've killed Iranians. This is all on Trump. We've known about the consequences of this. We knew precisely what would happen. We gamed this out for 47 years. From the first day the Ayatollah Khomeini landed in Iran, we knew what would happen if there was a war with Iran. And Trump did not seem to give a flying fuck about consequences. My whole career is about determining potential consequences and mitigating them with the use of the best information possible. He doesn't care about information. He doesn't care about intelligence. He went along with Pete Hegseth with that cartoon South Park caricature of, we got guns and bombs and dudes. And that's all we got. We had a fireworks festival that killed over maybe as many as 3,000 Iranians, wounded 24,000, killed 14 killed 14 U.S. servicemen, killed hundreds of people around the Gulf and in Israel. And we knew this was going to happen. And guess what? Iran's defensive strategy has now worked. They have not been displaced.
Yeah.
The regime has not been. The regime has actually been upgraded with younger guys who are better, faster, more adaptive. And they're going to let the even younger guys build technologies in everyone's garage now, not in giant factories, that will allow them to fight on a different level in the next 5 years.
It changed warfare forever. You've been covering this more extensively than anyone. Ukraine and now Iran has changed warfare forever.
Well, in Ukraine, I lived it, right? I was in the Ukrainian army. So I saw the rise of the drones to where we are, the hunter killers. The Iranians are going to go, I want those. 19-year-old kids are going to be having FPV tournaments, and they're going to be building their own things. And Iran may secretly announce that they're going to build 5 million FPV attack suicide drones for the defense of their beaches in their country. And you're going to see a different country. It'll be looking like the Ukrainian army in 3 or 4 years, ready to beat anyone's ass in the Persian Gulf, including ours. This is what happens when you put the kids in charge.
What's your conclusion from the American military capabilities? What surprised you the most from this war? Anything you learned, good or bad?
Oh, The only thing that really, let me talk about the things that did not surprise me. Our capacity to destroy massive amounts of anything. We're awesome at that, right? So long as we have JDAM packages and can put a GPS grid inside that thing. You saw the limitations of that when it hit that girls' school, right? That's when you don't update your satellite imagery and your AI starts putting in that grid that's off by 300 meters and you kill children. We're sorry about that, but we are good at conventional war. Where we are not good at is unconventional war, asymmetric war. If Iran really unleashed its capabilities, right, like we did something insane, that we tried to land the Marines on Greater Tomb, Lesser Tomb, or Larak or Qasem Island, that's when this would have started looking like Ukraine, right? You'd get videos on Iranian television of Marines whose faces and name tags you can identify so that their mom watches their sons killed. That's the war we are not good at. And, look, this appears to be, a lot of this appears to be driven on the price of oil. A lot of people made money off of this, and that needs to be investigated. U.S. forces lost people on the basis of arrogance and a disrespect of culture. And when this starts to roll in the next few weeks, let's say this goes past 2-3 weeks, the Iranians get half of their 10-point agreement, the United States will have lost this war. Period. That's how history is going to see it, guys. None of our objectives were met. None of them.
A lot of people are talking about this becoming the beginning of the fall of the empire, including, a lot of Tucker Carlson, I think, talked about it in a monologue yesterday.
Trump did this himself. This is straight up Nero stuff. Yeah, this is straight up Nero stuff. In 1 year, he practically destroyed American democracy and all of its capacity, got rid of all of its allies, all of its friends, embraced all of its enemies to make money. Belarus, North Korea, China, and Russia, we're voting with them at the United Nations. It's a disgrace. I've written 4 books about Trump and his New York Times bestsellers, all top 10 bestsellers about Trump and that really funny relationship he has with Vladimir Putin here. And now Russia's making money hand over fist, right? Trump cut off all aid to Ukraine, we're finding out, a year ago. And then we find out the other subject that I had reported on when I went to Greenland twice in the last year, warning they were going to invade. We find out 2 days ago, Trump was serious about that. He wants the end of NATO because they defied him over Greenland. It's not the end of the American empire. The American empire the American democracy experiment will have to be reinvented anew. And we will have to purge America of MAGA, Trumpism, and the inherent racist, white supremacist basis that it's in. Right? And I just find it funny that the Saudis, the Qataris, the Kuwaitis, you all got played by a guy who technically hates you and only loves you because you have dirty amounts of money that he wanted access to. I will tell you right now, Mario, there is not a Trump project in the Middle East that's going to get created. Not one. They're going to say, oh, we're sorry, due to the war, we have to re-engineer. We'll revisit this in 10 years after President Gavin Newsom visits. Right.
I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong. As a final question, as we wrap up, just for the audience, what should we look out for in the next few days to determine if this peace deal is permanent or not?
One thing and one thing only, right? Well, that's not true. 2 things. 1, if these ballistic missile launches keep going, and 2, if the IRGC get the new traffic separation scheme working. I suspect that ships that run, right, will have IRGC boats in the SOH shooting over their bow. Here's a real test, Mario. What happens if you get runners, right, squirters we call them, go shooting through, IRGC starts popping rounds at them. What is the U.S. Navy going to do? Sit there and watch it? I mean, somebody's going to have to figure out what the points of that negotiation are if we are allowed to intervene. And if we intervene, that's the restart of the war. Are U.S. forces going to move out of that region? I think we're going to say we're going to stay there. We're going to watch cautiously. We're going to see how this works. But Iran is going to start making money, baby. And so is Oman. And I think that 350 ships will leave the Gulf in the next few days.
Sources tell MES that one of the reasons Iran accepted the 2-week ceasefire is to complete the solemn burial ceremony of Ayatollah Khamenei across the Islamic Republic.
No.
And Abu Dhabi is putting out a fire at the Habsan gas processing facility.
Yeah, they hit Habshan again. Man, 3 times yesterday. They are determined to make sure that pipeline never works again.
Malcolm, it's been we're going to have Vladimir, who you know from the Spaces, coming up now right after you. But it's always your coverage throughout this. The audience loved you. I really enjoyed our conversations, your experience, and your background as well. It's been incredible. So I really appreciate your time, man, throughout the entire war.
All right. It's my pleasure. We'll go to Costa Coffee and talk about this someday.
All right, brother. Thank you so much.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, everyone. So we've got Vladimir, who a lot of you might know him from the Spaces. Vladimir, don't need an introduction. How are you?
I'm doing well. Quite late here, but I'm doing well.
Are you in? Can I mention the country you're in? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here in Erbil in Iraqi Kurdistan. So in Iraq, basically.
Erbil got hit hard. You were going to the locations that were bombed. You guys have been in the midst of it for a while. But can you? And you cover this on the Spaces that we do. You give us your time. Thank you for that. Let's just get your general reaction on the ceasefire. It's I remember I told you guys in the group. Actually, let me react. When I first told you guys 40 minutes before it hit the news, when I told you guys there was a ceasefire, did you believe me? Be honest.
Yeah, I believe you. That's why I tweeted it immediately. I put it immediately on X. I believe it.
And you saw that when I told you the news, I told you guys, and I even called all sources to make sure he's clear. I said Trump accepted the ceasefire, because everyone didn't know whether Iran would accept. And now we have the 10-point plan by Iran, calling it a full victory. And they put a 10-point plan that seems very maximalist, one would assume, but shouldn't be surprising considering they had the upper hand. And now Trump saying that this plan is, CNN reported fake news and this plan doesn't exist. In the meantime, the UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi, Israel are all getting bombed right now. There are missiles launched across all of them. It stopped now. That was about 20, 30 minutes ago, and it stopped. So I'd love to get your thoughts. Is that 10-point plan real? Is this peace going to hold? Why did Iran misfire those missiles? Is that just a one-off fire? Or is that the end of it? And that was just like a final launch as a fuck you to everybody before they wrap up the war. What do you make of it?
Well, about the continued launches, I think that the Iranian security strategy was like a form of decentralization of the IRGC. So that's most likely why you still see those strikes, because they were actually prepared before this war that actually their whole leadership will be eliminated. So what they did, they decentralized the military leadership so they could act by themselves. And that's why you also saw sometimes that there was the strikes and then Iran apologized for that. So sometimes you still see some of those strikes. And also, I think there was a report basically saying that until the Strait of Hormuz is not open yet, the ceasefire is not in effect. So it doesn't mean that if you have these talks, there can still be some strikes here and there or by proxies, etc. So I think we still have to wait a little bit for that. But in general, in the Middle East itself, they're going to see this as a victory for Iran. Because Iran survived, and for Iran, that's a victory. So it doesn't matter for Iran if the supreme leader is not there anymore. They say we still have our ballistic missiles, we still have our uranium, we still have our program, we still have our proxies. So Iran will see this as a victory for Iran. And that's also, if you look to all the Iranian state media and their social media channels on Telegram, for instance, they're sort of making fun of Trump somehow, actually. So I think in the region in general, this is going to be perceived as a victory for Iran.
Tell me more about this, because you're very deep. One thing the audience might not know about, you're very deep in the Telegram group. Someone that lives in Erbil, you've got your finger on the pulse and the sentiment within Iran. 93 million people in Iran, millions in Iraq and region and regional neighbors. What's this? Can you dig deeper the sentiment there? What are Iranians saying? Are they all declaring this a full win? Is there a sentiment that some want to continue the war? I was talking to Malcolm earlier, and I said that what is the risk that there's a split within Iran, within the Iranian leadership? I've talked about it before as well. A split within the Iranian leadership that some want peace, but others want to continue the war to avenge the death of Khamenei. Are you getting a sense of that, or is everyone exhausted and wants the war to end? Are they happy with the terms? what's the other side of all this?
Well, I think the way they're trying to actually sell it or present it is that Trump basically didn't accept the terms of Trump, and that Trump now has accepted the Iranian 10-point plan, which now Trump is apparently, according to the latest report, calling bullshit.
Vladimir, Iran and Oman, what Trump said, because just confirm that Iran and Oman will charge passage fees through the Strait of Hormuz in accordance with the 2-week ceasefire plan, according to AP Associated Press. Iran plans to use the funds for reconstruction, while it is unclear what Oman will use their portion for.
Yeah, this is what I mean exactly. So Iran is basically saying, like, look, this is a victory because we can impose our goals on the US. They still have to pay us. We can still control the Strait, and everything is according to our terms. So that's how they're going to present it in the media, and you already see that also on the social media channels. Like, they perceive it as a victory, and that Trump basically accepted the terms of Iran. Maybe the reality is different from that, but Iran is going to portray it like that, and they are already portraying it like that. And I think about these talks about that you have like a split within the Iranian regime. There were some of these talks, especially spread by some Iranian opposition channels, that there was like differences between the Iranian president and the IRGC about appointments, and that he's saying like, oh yeah, if this war continues, Iran is going to be ruined, so we have to find a way to find an off-ramp with the US, but the IRGC was not accepting that, and they wanted to continue the war. So you had these talks before this announcement, but I think in reality is that now we see that you saw that Trump also before on Truth Social said that he was talking to someone. He was sort of suggesting he was talking to someone, and I think that's the Iranian foreign minister that he's now reposting on Truth Social. I mean, nobody expected that suddenly Trump will first calling them lunatics, and now he's like reposting their posts on Truth Social. So I think that's a sign that there are already talks going on, although the Iranians will keep denying it. They say there's no talks, there's zero talks. But I think there was an open channel through the Pakistanis, so the Iranians were also playing with that there's zero talks at all. So they were open to some form of concessions, but we have to see tomorrow, especially how this 2 weeks how this will go.
It seems that Iran, by the way, your connection is very choppy, Vladimir. So I'll have the producers just work with you to fix the internet and bring you back up. But I would just want to mention one important thing here. The US has offered Iran essentially ownership of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the only question is that going to be temporary, or is it going to be beyond the 2 weeks? I think that's going to dictate how Iran's going to look like in the future. We've got Salih who'll be joining us any second now to discuss the peace proposal. Salih, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you, Mario?
Good, man, good. What a day. What do you make of this peace plan? What do you make of the 10-point plan? What do you make of the fact that Iran is still firing missiles? Is this the end of it? And most importantly, does Iran permanently control the Strait of Hormuz? Because if it does, that would change Iran as a country. That's just immense leverage, immense global leverage, with the potential of making Iran a global superpower if they maintain that ownership beyond the 2 weeks. And that also could lead to an end of Israeli hegemony in the region.
Right. I think, we all can agree that this was a dramatic turn of events. A lot of people were skeptical that this kind of agreement or ceasefire deal would come about. But I think it's, a testament to the fact that the Iranians also realize, that despite, the public narrative about their relative advantage at this point in the conflict, that they probably, did not see it in their interest to continue the conflict, given the heavy blows militarily and also in terms of the country's, political leadership, very important figures, political and military figures being decimated. So they saw it in their interest to, at least for the time being, halt the war. And on the U.S. side, I think a lot of people are not probably as shocked because, there was tremendous pressure on the White House, and the fact that at least the, portrayal of the course of the war, of the trajectory of the war in the U.S., public space, in the media, in the policy circles, seem to tilt toward, a sort of understanding that the U.S. did not have, the upper hand the way that it would have liked to. There are also some people who challenge that sort of perspective and basically question the kind of metric that people on that side of the narrative, on the other side of the aisle, were basically
we just
articulating.
got news. But just quickly, we got news. 2 pieces of news. And by the way, everyone, we do have Larry Johnson that will be joining us in a bit as well, coming back on the show, because there's been a lot of development since we spoke to him when the news broke. But I've got 2 questions for you. First, a piece of news. Iranian Supreme Leader Mushtaba Khamenei has ordered the IRGC missile units to stop firing, according to Iranian state media. So the order has been given. So there doesn't seem to be a split, and the fires have stopped. The U.S. negotiating team on Friday will consist of J.D. Vance and the 2 previous envoys, Kushner and Witkoff, according to CNN. Is there trust for future negotiations? Can Iran trust the other side?
I believe, given, from the Iranian perspective, given the kind of experience that they have had with the US and Israel, and the fact that, the 2 previous rounds of war came about in the middle of negotiations, they are very skeptical about, the possibility of this evolving into some sort of a permanent ceasefire. And what they actually want is for this not to be temporary, for this, to develop and grow into something that will be lasting. Whether they will get it or not, I think, it's healthy to be doubtful of that at this stage, given that the objectives that were set previously, both during the 12-day war and also, during this 40-day war, if we call it that way, have not been really achieved. And those were the, the elimination of the Iranian nuclear program as we have known it so far, at least the military dimension of it, and the Iranian ability to enrich uranium on its soil, and, the imposing restrictions on the Iranian missile program, and also, dismantling the Iranian proxy network in the region. None of those objectives have been achieved. And I think it's also important, to be mindful of the differences between the US and Israel when it comes to their threat perception of Iran. For Israel, it's a totally different situation compared to the US. For Israel, at least from the Israeli perspective, they consider Iran to be an existential threat. That is not the perception of the U.S. Leaders and policymakers. Iran, might be quite a major headache for the U.S. It has been for the past several decades, but, it's by no means any sort of existential threat. So that could also mean that we will have to watch and see whether Israel will abide by this ceasefire.
I think my position, Salih, is that Israel has no choice but to abide by the ceasefire. They don't have enough munitions to continue this war. They haven't been able to destroy Iran's missile launchers with American help. Alone, they're not going to be able to. Their stockpiles are depleted. If the US, the world's most powerful military, was not able to destroy Iran's capabilities, I don't think Israel will be able to. So I think the day, and I've just got some breaking news coming in, the days of Israel being able to decide, to be able to even weaken Iran, I think those days are over. And to be able to decide what to do in the Middle East, putting aside what the wishes of other countries, including Iran, are, that even involves into all the way into Syria, but also Hezbollah, Yemen, and maybe even Palestine. Everything could change now. The balance of power has shifted drastically in the region. Salih, we do have Larry that will be joining us again in a second. If you've got time right afterwards, I'd love to have you back on the show. But it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. And I want to continue discussing with you, especially what it means on Friday when the peace negotiations continue. Before Larry Johnson joins, I do want to mention a piece of news that just came in as well. Let me just make sure that all the news is coming in for me. If Iran charges $2 million in tolls for every ship that passes the Strait of Hormuz, which has been doing for the past month, it would generate approximately $8 billion in monthly revenue, or about $96 billion annually. That's a 20% increase in Iran's GDP. $96 billion per year. I think the balance of power, Sina will be joining us in a minute, and then Larry Johnson will join right after. So Larry's getting ready to join us again. Because when I was talking to Larry earlier, when I broke the news, everyone, he was very skeptical. And then we saw the 10-point plan by Iran. that made him in some ways more skeptical, but it seems that the US is accepting that plan. We'll find out on Friday. Mushtaba, he said, Mushtaba Khamenei, the supreme leader, has ordered all commanders to stop launching missiles. I think that commandment from Mushtaba could convince Larry that this deal, peace deal, is serious and that it will last. It will last beyond this month. It might last past this year. The main thing I want to discuss with him is the balance of power in the Middle East. What is the future of Israel? But I'm just making sure. Any minute we have a new guest joining in. We have Sina joining in, and then we'll have Larry coming in. I'll ignore my messages. So, to kind of give you all an update on what's happened. Sina's joined us already. I can't give an update. Sina, how are you first?
Got a bit of a cold, but I'm all right. How are you? Good to be with you.
I'm good, man. Pleasure's mine. Main thing I want to ask you about is first, obviously, reaction on the deal, but more importantly, what is the new Middle East going to look like? I feel like the balance of power has shifted after this peace deal from what we're seeing right now.
It is very difficult for anybody to be able to predict what will happen in the future. What I do know is that Iran views this as a victory. They understand that they've been bruised, they've been bleeding financially, economy. They need a lot of recovery, reconstruction, but from their perspective, they won the war by denying the United States the political objectives of this war. If war, we think of it as a continuation of politics by other means, Iran was able to achieve its political objective, which was to survive, which was not to sign an unconditional surrender, and that was those were its objectives. Now, from the American side, the Americans had a great success in terms of quantity and the amount of damage that they inflicted on the Iranians. But were the political objectives of the war achieved? And let us unpack this for a second. Political objective was for Iran to sign an unconditional surrender. That did not happen. Regime change did not happen. And those are just some of the political objectives that I just mentioned. So from
controlling their oil, Trump was talking about controlling Iran's oil. That's completely out of the question. If anything, Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz. Iran didn't achieve its objectives. Iran got bonuses on top of its objectives. They would win by surviving. They survived and got control of the world's most important energy choke point.
Yes, but we have to wait and see what the negotiations that will happen in Pakistan will bring about. But I do want to emphasize that how it is important to them for having survived this war. No longer can the United States threaten them with the use of military because it already happened. For decades, the US position was, oh, the military is on the table. The military option is on the table. It's already on the table, and Iranians survived it.
Yeah. Last question for you, Sina, is what is Iran going to look like after this peace negotiations? If they keep control of the Strait of Hormuz, if they keep making $8 billion a month, $96 billion a year for, let's say, another 2-3 years, how's Iran going to look like after all this?
Well, with that, a lot of money, it's going to be, I'm sure they're going to put a lot of it into reconstruction and rebuilding the missile program. And I also think that they will try to restore the relations that they had just established with the GCC countries. Going back to 2015, 2016, we have to keep in mind that the relationship between Iran and Saudi Arabia was really bad. The Saudis were pushing for this all the time, for this attack to happen. They managed somehow to improve relations with the Qataris, with the Saudis, and UAE is a separate issue. I mean, it's a longer discussion. But after this war, having attacked the entire GCC countries, they're going to have to rebuild that relationship that they had tried so hard to reestablish. So that's, I think, how Iran will look like, and that's how they're going to.
I think the other countries, the Gulf countries, just don't have a choice now but to coexist with Iran. And I might see a rapprochement happen after this. It started happening after the Israeli strike in Qatar. And I think that movement will continue, in my opinion. Sinat, look, it's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I really appreciate your time jumping on while you have a cold. Would love to have you back on the show. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
Pleasure's mine. So we've got Larry Johnson joining now, everyone. And the discussion with Larry early on in the war is that his concern was whether the deal is for real. And I think we're seeing, especially now with the announcement by Mushtaba for the firing to stop, maybe Larry's going to be more optimistic on this deal. Larry, Mushtaba ordered all the commanders. He ordered all the commanders to stop firing. Are you a bit more optimistic? Not that it holds. Actually, are you more optimistic that it will hold, actually?
No. Have you read the full statement?
I did the one by the foreign minister.
No, one by the Security Council.
The 10-point plan.
Yeah, well, no, they got a full 2-part statement that they just issued about an hour ago.
Oh, I'll tell you the one we have, but I'll love you to go through mine. Sorry, go through yours if you have it in front of you. Make sure it's the right one.
Let me see if I can find it here.
I've got it as well. Let me know if this is one you're talking about. I was going through it earlier. But essentially, they demand everything. They literally get everything in that plan from what I read.
Right.
Let me see where it is. Hold on. For the audience members that weren't there earlier, so probably good for you to hear it again. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. No, that's not it. All right, I've got it written somewhere else. Let me get the other one. So this is the plan that all the demands, some of you might remember it if you were there listening to us earlier. And this is the demand by the Iran Supreme National Council saying they're considered a win.
Right. Yeah, it's the Supreme National Security Council 2-week ceasefire negotiation conditions, and it's about a 12-paragraph document. So I don't know. Did you see the full document?
I haven't seen the full one. Have you read it?
Yeah, I've read it. So
what can you tell us about it?
Okay, so here's the key part. Iran rejected all opposing proposals and instead presented its own 10-point plan via Pakistan. Key demands include controlled passage through the Strait of Hormuz under Iranian coordination, an end to military actions against allied groups, i.e. Hamas, Hezbollah, withdrawal of U.S. forces from the region, establishment of a security protocol in the Strait of Hormuz affirming Iran's role, full compensation for damages, removal of all sanctions and international resolutions, release of frozen Iranian assets, and formal approval of these terms in a binding UN Security Council resolution. According to Iranian officials, Pakistan has conveyed that the United States has accepted these principles as a basis for negotiations despite its public posture. Based on this, Iran agreed to a 2-week negotiation period in Islamabad. It emphasized that this does not mean the war has ended, and Iran will only accept a full end to the conflict once all terms of its proposal are finalized.
Yeah, that's one I read earlier. What do you think of it?
Yeah, well,
because Trump, I think it got leaked. By the way, I think this got leaked by CNN, and Trump called it fake news, and it's not true. But I think this is him trying to save face.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He's going to come on. He's going to get beaten up, and the taco label will stick with Trump all his chickens out. That'll be his permanent meme. No. Look, we've got the same situation here we had with the Russian and Ukrainian negotiations. The Russians made it quite clear back in June of 2024 what their position was. And they haven't deviated from that one iota in the entire, last now going on almost 2 years. If anything, they've toughened it up. Same thing with Iran.
What if Trump agrees on these terms?
So what?
What if Trump agrees to them, though?
Then they'll have a deal. But Trump won't agree to them. He's already said, and the way it's being reported, I was looking it up just before coming on air, that Iran has to open the Strait of Hormuz now. If they don't, then there's no deal. Okay, well, Now,
So Iran
maybe-
said they'll open the Strait and charge $2 million a ship along with
Right.
Oman. Sorry, they haven't. The $2 million a ship was a number from before. They said, let me get you the exact thing. I don't want to get you the wrong report and get ahead of myself. The breaking Iran and Oman will charge passage fees throughout the Strait of Hormuz in accordance with a 2-week ceasefire plan, according to AP. Iran plans to use the funds for reconstruction, while it is unclear what Oman will use their portion for.
Yeah. So now this would get into what depends on what the definition of open is. You know, like
Yeah, very good point.
So Iran's definition of open means, ships can come through as long as they pay. Donald Trump may think that means that anybody can go in and out without paying, but they may say just the fact that ships are being allowed to sell in and out, paying the fee, but not getting shot at will give it the illusion of being open.
That's a very good point. So is the open, does open means open for all? Does open means open according to Iran's terms? And I think it's the latter.
Yes, you're absolutely correct.
Do you know how much money, Larry, do you know how much money they're going to make? 98 billion if they charge $2 million a ship, 96 billion.
A year?
That is insane. A year. 2 million a ship. I think it's 8 billion a day, I think, a month, I think it was.
Okay.
That would be, let me get you the exact numbers. I did the math earlier.
A month, that'll work out 96 billion a year.
Exactly. That is there. It is 8 billion a month. So yeah, that's a shit ton of money.
Hey, they got a lot of rebuilding to do. And if they've got that kind of cash flowing in, they're not going to have an unemployment problem in Iran. They'll be looking to have people come to work. Workers who used to get exploited into, in Abu Dhabi, Dubai, or Qatar, or Saudi Arabia, they may be going to Iran and working construction and actually getting paid a decent wage. The Gulf is now transformed. It's a whole new ballgame. What existed prior to February 28th will no longer exist. It's under new management, so to speak, with Iran in charge.
Can you actually? That's a question, and that's probably a long answer. Do you mind if I ask you that question? I'll disappear off the camera for 2 minutes and come back while you speak. I can hear you, and the audience could still hear you as well. They don't care. They don't care about me anyway. So I think the numbers will go up when I leave. But the question is, and that's something I'm really interested in. What will if this ceasefire holds? How will the Middle East look like? And my thoughts were, it will never be the same again. We've talked about this before, and I really think the age of Israeli hegemony in the region, them deciding when to bomb Iran, when to bomb the US, when to bomb Lebanon, when to bomb Syria, to threaten Iran. I had my previous guest say, Mario, even America's card of saying we're going to bomb you if you don't listen, if you don't do what we say. We're going to bomb you if we don't do what we say. Even that card's been overplayed now because they've just bombed them and they got out of it. So my question to you is, how will the Middle East look like?
Yeah, we actually may be moving in the direction of more of democracy, or where people who previously have been ruled by monarchies and autocrats will now actually have a chance to have a voice in their government. It is going to weaken Israel. Israel is now going to be more isolated than ever before. This will probably move Turkey to step up and develop a closer relationship with Iran, recognizing that Iran has gone toe-to-toe with the United States and beaten it. Trump will never come out and say that. They keep up with their daily bragging about how they destroyed the Iranian Navy, they destroyed the Iranian Air Force. Well, if they're doing all that destruction, if they won, then you got to ask yourself, why the heck are you going to agree to a ceasefire now if you're winning? That's like if you're winning the football game and you're up by 6 goals, why call timeout? Give the other team a chance to rest, to catch its breath, so that they might try to come back? No, you keep moving the ball down the field and putting it in the goal. So this is, if nothing else, the clearest evidence that the United States, despite having massive advantage with aircraft and being able to bomb almost at will, has failed. And this is also going to, I think, further and energize Iran into dramatically upgrading its air defense systems, so that it will in the future never face this kind of barrage again and be unable to stop it. Which means, I don't know if the Chinese radar failed or not. What I do know is that since the war started, the United States is seeing a dramatic improvement on the part of Iran with air defense and radars. Now, I wasn't told whether it was Chinese or Russian, but what I was told or learned is that U.S. military planners are nervous as hell about this, and they were expecting that if this war continued, that we'd be looking at a lot more down pilots. As we commented earlier in our conversation at the outset of this, the United States lost more aircraft in the last 48 hours than it has since the Vietnam War. It never lost this many aircraft in Afghanistan or Iraq or Somalia or, name your conflict. So they got a taste of what it is fighting a near peer foe who has some capability.
I want to make a very important point. That's just a fact. The world's biggest military wasn't able to destroy Iran's military capabilities. Now, there was never a chance Iran's going to win militarily. That's not on the table. Iran's never going to destroy the entire U.S. military. But everyone thought the U.S. military would destroy Iran's military capabilities, their missile launchers, their drone capacity, their missiles. Obviously, you were one of the few voices saying that won't happen. That's just an illusion. And obviously, you were right. But if the U.S. wasn't able to do it with that massive firepower, Israel has no chance. And I think if Iran was able, if they were able to destroy Iran in this war, if Trump made the mistake to double down on the war and turn Iran into a failed state, assuming this is a possibility, which I think it was. If he kept bombing him for a year, it could happen. But if that happened, Israel will become the unipolar country, the unipolar superpower in the Middle East. But that's no longer the case. The Middle East now has been confirmed as a multipolar world with two superpowers, Iran and Israel. That's the new Middle East. And I don't think that can change for decades to come, minimum.
Well, Israel could only get away with this and this murdering of its neighbors because it was enabled by the United States. As long as it could count on the United States sending it money and funding it, arming it, equipping it, it didn't act with impunity as it has. Except they still come up against their own lack of human resources. They are entirely dependent upon a reserve army. That means people who have real lives, they work real jobs, and then they have to spend a weekend or two away doing military training, unless they go to war as they are now, and then all of a sudden they have to leave their job and go into active duty service. And you can get away with that with maybe 200,000 reservists in a country that's supposedly 10 million. I think at least 2 million have left. So let's say 8 million people. But when you want to do, they called up 300,000 for the October 7th offensive in the aftermath of October 7th. And now they're talking about trying to call up an additional 400,000 to go into Lebanon. And in the process of that, they've discovered that the Hezbollah have adopted fiber optic drones and are taking their tanks out right and left.
Yeah, you saw that footage. Yeah, I saw that. Hezbollah and Israeli reports where we were surprised by Hezbollah's capabilities. Again, that was action today. Today is like we were surprised by Hezbollah's. You saw that? Today, there was a report from Israeli media, Times of Israel, said the IDF surprised by Hezbollah's capabilities and expect Iran's ability to keep firing missiles to sustain throughout the entire war and much longer than expected.
Yeah, they keep getting surprised. It's like, what's the surprise? It's like, imagine you see an angry dog inside a fenced-off yard, and you try to walk in and it bites you. And so you wait a couple hours and you come back and you see the dog, and you walk in and it bites you again, and you go, God, I'm surprised it bit me. No, he just got bit. Pay attention.
If a country in a war, if a country was able to gain territory and keep that territory, that's considered a win.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people are attacking me now. I put a post saying Iran won this war. Don't believe me. Check the terms of the ceasefire. That was like an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago. And everyone was like, what do you mean win the war? They had all their leaders killed. How can they be winners? There's people that just don't understand how warfare works. I was going to tell them, like, guys, my answer to them is, if Iran was able to capture territory, you'll consider this a win. Do you understand the Strait of Hormuz is worth more than any territory you could imagine in the Gulf? Obviously, to a limit. But yet the point, people don't understand the value of that. We just talked about the numbers and how, like, Iran will be able to essentially dictate terms to neighboring countries now because they control the straits. They've proven a card is only worth what the other person believes it's worth. So the American threat of the American military threat against Iran is only worth what Iran believes that military threat is capable of. Well, we've just seen what it's capable of. And they weren't able to destroy even Iran's missile launchers or not allow Iran to control the Strait of Hormuz. So that card is gone. Now, Iran has a card. We can bomb the hell out of the Strait of Hormuz, and we can bury things so deep that even B-2 bombers from the US cannot bomb them, cannot destroy them.
Correct.
That's a new card that Iran has, and they'll be playing for years to come.
Yeah, in fact, the system Iran developed for protecting its missile cities and having the ability to launch ballistic missiles was designed against a nuclear attack. So, and it was based upon actually designs the United States had drawn up for burying these cities underground, deep underground, and then having a particular type of reinforced concrete so that in the event of a nuclear attack, they would survive. And that's what Iran's been building over the last 20, 25 years. And it's been, Alistair Crook has been, he's been inside them. And they're really something to see. And there's I'll send you, let me see if I can put it into the chat, a video that if you watch it, I think you'll find it quite instructive. There it is.
Check it out. Are you putting it on the YouTube chat or the Twitter X chat? Or just messaging me?
I'm here on Zoom, so whatever.
No worries. Just send it through there. The team will send it to me.
Let me.
In the meantime, the missile says Mushtaba made the. Yeah, sure. Send it through, and the team will forward it. The Mushtaba, since his announcement to stop the attacks on the other countries.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Does that mean? Sorry to interrupt. Will Iran force ships to use the yuan or give them discounts if they use yuan? Imagine that.
They're going to have to pay for yuan. Yeah, this is Chinese love this deal.
What an end to the war. Obviously, you're an American and I'm someone that believes in democracy. So for people that want democracy to flourish, that's not good news. But for China and for Iran, this is incredible news for them. China will be able, because when Iran controlling the Strait of Hormuz, that de facto gives, if Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz, de facto China controls the Strait of Hormuz, because Iran and China are like this right now, especially after this war.
Right.
Geopolitically, that is such a big loss for the US, Larry.
Well, it was a self-inflicted wound.
Yeah, it is. It is. He gambled. He gambled and he lost.
I mean, the reality was Iran was willing to make a deal with the United States. That's what's so shocking.
Such a great deal. It was such a good deal.
Yeah.
They were going to give up their nuclear program and get the enriched uranium. What more could you ask for? Now they want enriched uranium. They want a nuclear program and they want the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, no, that's the interesting. When you look at that 10-point program, the enriched uranium is not on it at all, either having it or not having it. So, I think they deliberately left it off because they knew that could be a potentially.
No, I thought look at this. The people are calling this because of Trump's comment. Oh my God, some people. Because of Trump's comment, they're like, how Trump called it some report from Nigeria. People are believing they're like, so someone's like, that's fake news from Nigeria, you retarded foreigner.
Oh boy, yeah, that's the way. Let's call names. That's
it's
always
retarded. Sorry, ignore the retarded foreigner. Sorry, I could have skipped it. That's if people are believing this is fake news from Nigeria. They don't understand. This is Iran's position since the get-go. Now, does that mean it will be the position on Friday? No, that's to be clear.
Yeah.
On Friday, we'll determine what the actual terms are, because that could be just a PR win by Iran. So, I don't think they'll be able to convince the US to control the Strait of Hormuz. It has to be for a limited period of time. I don't think it'll be permanent for the toll booth. I don't think they could do it permanently with the Gulf and the US and Israel accepting it. Now, you might say they don't need to. It's just, maybe it's just so difficult to imagine. Maybe it's such a big loss for the US and the Western world and the Gulf and all American allies.
Let's turn it around. What could the US do to change that?
That's the counter argument.
Yeah.
Get back to the war.
Yeah,
Get back to the war.
They have no. I'm not saying there's not a military solution. There is, but it is a solution that's so costly, so labor intensive, that you're talking about having to maybe mobilize 2 to 3 million men. You're talking about having to land and take control of an entire coastline that stretches at least 100 miles and more likely 200 miles north to south, and then penetrating into the interior another 300 miles, because you've got to take out any places that could launch drones or launch rockets. Now, so that's, can you draw up a paper and say, yeah, there is a military solution, but it's going to cost a lot in terms of lives. It's going to be very, very costly in terms of the expense of supporting it. And it's going to require an enormous number of men, which that also brings a cost. Or compare it, what's the other alternative? Well, the other alternative is a diplomatic solution. And the diplomatic solution is, okay, we're going to monitor and we're going to pretend that we're like one of those guards at the doorman at a popular nightclub. And we're going to decide who gets to come in and who gets to stay out. And the ones that got to come in, they got, tip us. And if they want to leave, they got to tip us. So you get paid coming and going. And for the United Arab Emirates, for Qatar, for Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, that's going to be, they're going to have a significant attitude adjustment in dealing with Iran. Now, Qatar's already there, as is Oman. So they're actually in pretty good shape. It's going to be the Saudis, the Kuwaitis, and the Emiratis that are going to have a tough time. And I've left Bahrain out of this. Bahrain, I think, they're going to take it back. Iran's going to take Bahrain back over. That is kick out.
Wow. You think Iran could be? You think Iran after this win? You know how Trump, after the win in Venezuela, he became very audacious and he got into this war that was a big mistake. Iran could do the same thing if they get audacious after this. Could they start wanting to expand and become the aggressor?
No, I don't see that at all, because they've suffered great loss. They've lost loved ones, family members. So the victory is salted with the tears and the blood of their loved ones. So it is not it's not just be overtaken with hubris. So, but the primary concern will be they're going to make sure this doesn't happen again, and whatever they need to do to make sure that essentially Israel is disarmed. Israel cannot do this again. And I just noticed that one of the Telegram channels I follow is announcing Israeli Channel 12 is that the IDF is currently attacking launch sites in Iran. So,
no way.
What is it? 9:30, 10. So that's it's about 5 a.m. in the morning, and Israel's attacking Iran, and so Iran's going to respond. You attack them, they're going to retaliate, and so they'll keep doing that until Israel stops.
That's what happened after the 12-day war as well.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah. So, Israel's the problem. Israel's the real problem. The United States is sort of the symptom of the disease.
Yeah. What about Israel's Could Iran start putting out demands over the next couple of years now that they know they've got the upper hand in many ways? Could they start requesting, for example, Israel to get rid of their nuclear program, as an example?
No, I think what they would do is seek parity. In other words, they would be willing to accept restrictions on their program, provided Israel accepted similar restrictions. Or they will be fully open to inspections by IAEA, but Israel's sites must be inspected by IAEA. So,
but we know Israel has a nuclear weapon. So, what's the point of inspections? Like, we know it. I was speaking with the leader of the Knesset, speaker of the Knesset, former, a couple of days ago, and he said, Mario, look, I'm not gonna, because we were talking about Israel striking Iran with a nuclear weapon. He's like, Mario, I'm just gonna ask you, because I'm not gonna play the game of whether Israel has a nuclear weapon or not. We're past that now. So, like, no one talks about whether Israel has a nuclear weapon. So if we know they have it, what's the point of IAEA inspections? Because if the IAEA do inspect properly, the answer will be they do have nuclear weapons. Then what?
Well, that. But if you want to, if they get, limit their supply. Number one, that could be part of a broader arms control agreement. Again, Iran is going to look for guarantees, and guarantees. Well, the most likely ones able to provide those guarantees are Russia and China. By virtue of their strength.
Yeah. How would they be able to do it other than writing a piece of paper?
Well, if they enter in, for example, a complete defense pact. Now, actually, Russia offered that previously to Iran, and it was Iran that refused it. But it's something along the lines of what Russia has in place with North Korea, that if North Korea is attacked, it's viewed as an attack on Russia. So if Iran now has that assurance. And I think that under the new, Mushtaba Khamenei, I think he may be more inclined to accept something like that, given his experience fighting with the IRGC as a 17 and then 18-year-old kid. He'll be more inclined to accept that kind of deal than I think his father was.
You think he will be more hardline?
Let's call him more pragmatic.
In what way?
Well, he understands the cost of war. I mean, remember, he was on the front lines. In one of the battles in which he fought, they were being attacked by the MEK. Yeah. And remember, the MEK is still around. They're still paid for by the CIA. And they killed some of his friends and colleagues. So, he doesn't harbor any illusions about the horror of war. But I think that also has inspired him not to see war as the first option, but as a last resort. So, but he will be tougher and more pragmatic. I think you're going to find there will be less distance between the IRGC and the supreme leader.
What happens to the American bases? Do you think they stay? They get smaller, or they're out in the next few years?
Well, most of them are gone right now. I mean, they've been completely destroyed. So there's not much to go back to and rebuild. I think the United States will try to stay at Al Udeid. What happens in Saudi Arabia is up in the air. The Saudis may decide on their own that it's just not worth the cost of having Americans there. They've already proven that having the U.S. there didn't protect them at all, not at all. In fact, it may have made them more of a target, so they could see the wisdom in getting rid of the U.S. But beyond that, Bahrain done, Kuwait in the process of being dismantled. So you're not going to see the number of U.S. personnel that have been there up to this point, because in many cases the sites have already been wiped out or wiped clean.
Far out. I'm just trying to see how it would look like. That is like what it would mean from businesses there. What would mean for policy? Like, for example, a lot of these Gulf countries pride themselves on the safety and security, Larry.
Yeah.
How could they? Because there's a lot of talk about Saudi, the UAE wanting. So this is just rumors. We don't know if it's true or not. But there were rumors about them wanting US to finish the job. I think there was even a.
Yeah. No,
didn't
they
the
said
advisor,
that.
Senior advisor, the senior advisor to to, I think the leader of the UAE said, we want the US to finish their job, to finish the job.
Yeah. Now?
That's exactly like,
Yeah.
what happens now?
Well, so I assume these people are rational, and they do have a good business instinct. So if you step back and say, okay, let's just objectively sit down and look at the world where it is today. Countries now in the midst of this crisis were loading up on Chinese bonds, not US bonds. Countries like France were pulling all of their gold out of the United States. They weren't
We didn't
sending
talk
their
about
gold
Europe
to the
yet.
United States. So if you're saying which alliance offers the most potential financial stability, is it the G7 with the United States in control, or is it BRICS with Russia and China as sort of the two big brothers of the organization, and Iran is part of that? And the answer is clearly BRICS. BRICS right now has larger GDP than does G7, and when you look at issues like debt, BRICS is in much better shape debt-wise than the G7 countries. So I think just from an economic standpoint, the Saudis and maybe the Emiratis, the Emiratis are a difficult crowd to deal with, but the Saudis at least may pragmatically say, you know what, we're better off with those guys.
Yeah, they might change their allegiance. They might go to Iran, say, because that was happening. Remember, after the Qatar strike, I was talking about it in a very positive way. I was excited because I thought it would bring peace to the Middle East. The Gulf countries were looking at maybe improving relations with Iran. We saw the meeting. I think there was a summit with Iran included after the Israeli strike on Qatar as a way to come together. I'm like, wow, okay, that might bring peace to the Middle East. Then when this war happened, I'm like, all right, that's been shattered. So there's kind of two ways of looking at the outcome now. There's been war. Iran's been striking the Gulf throughout. Iran also blames the Gulf for where they are. On one side, on the other side, Iran benefits from having good relations with the Gulf, and more importantly, the Gulf benefit even more by having good relations with Iran, especially if Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz. So, could we see a new alliance between those countries, and could that become a deterrent against Israel and use some Arab alliance?
I think it very well could be. It's gonna require more of what I'll call a spiritual rebirth on the part of the Gulf Arabs. They tend to be a pretty shady lot. They espouse one thing about their adherence to Islam, and then they leave the lifestyle of the wild and crazy when they're in London or Paris. I mean, I've seen it firsthand. So, but I think they recognize that Iran will be a more reliable partner, and Iran has not, despite the claims to the contrary, Iran's not been going out trying to stir up Shia movements in these countries to overthrow the existing rulers. They've stayed away from that. And so I think the time has come to recognize that that Iran can be a responsible partner for these Gulf states.
That is insane that we're talking about this reality. If we were talking 2 months ago about this happening,
he'd say, "You crazy old man, you're demented."
There is no way. What about the other scenario that you were warned about, that this ceasefire would break up, completely break off, or break down? Sorry. So how would it break down? What could go wrong? By who and why?
Israel will launch a strike that Iran perceives as coming. It's coming after the deadline, and those view that as a violation, and they'll start back up. I see Israel's also going to be really working the scenes to try to corner Trump, to try to coerce Trump into launching again renewing military operations against Iran. All the military personnel that have been activated for this war. So you've got several what are called CATs, crisis action teams. You got a crisis action team at the Pentagon and what used to be called the National Military Command Center. So this is a 24-hour staffing. They come on, you work 12 hours on, 12 hours off. And, it's one thing to do that for a week, but now doing that for 6 weeks and looking at having to do that for the foreseeable future, boy, that is grueling. And it's hard on the families. So, it's exhausting. And then let's not forget about the weather impact that's coming up. So, you lived over there, and you know that by mid-May to the end of May, it gets blazing hot. I recall I was in Qatar en route to Iraq back in 2006. So I arrived at Al Udeid Air Force Base around May 18th. And my God, it was cooking, like 115 degrees, and it was hot. And what happens, that makes maintenance issues for the aircraft more difficult. And it makes flying those aircraft more difficult because they don't get the same lift in hot air that they do in cooler air, believe it or not. So
interesting.
The weather will become another issue in the backdrop of all this.
Is that an important call? Do you need to take it? Is that someone celebrating the ceasefire?
No,
or is that one of the insiders? One of the insiders that will give you an update on what happens to Mossad agents in Iran? Because that's my next question. All the Mossad agents in Iran, what happens to them, Larry?
They'll be hunted down, and they'll try to turn them. The Iranian intelligence, the West likes to portray they're just going to go out, grab them, and kill them. But ideally, what Iran, Iran's got a professional intelligence organization. Any professional service, you want to turn the other guys. You want to get them working for you, not killing them. If you determine that there's, they're incorrigible and there's no hope of redemption or changing them, then you kill them or you lock them up. It's better really to lock them up because it gives you leverage down the road too. You never know when you're going to need a bargaining chip.
Is this deterrence against any future Israeli strike? Would Israel ever dare to strike Iran again after this?
Yes. They can't help themselves. They're a little bit like that story of the frog and the scorpion. And the scorpion convinces the frog, here, let me ride on your back and take me to the other side. And the frog says, I'm not going to do that. You're going to sting me and we're going to die and drown. And the frog, oh, no. The scorpion assures him, I won't do that. So he finally convinces the frog. Scorpion climbs on. They're halfway across. Scorpion stings the frog. The frog's starting to die and is going to drown and says, why? Why did you do it? And Scorpion says, I couldn't help myself. I'm a scorpion. That's the Israelis say, I can't help myself.
This reminds me of this is the reminder of my discussion. The discussion we were having earlier with the former Knesset member. And he told me, he's like, Mario, it's become a mindset in Israel that we're used to dealing with the problems and the threats that we're facing by war. After facing all these years of war and after being indoctrinated by the Netanyahu government for so many years, whenever we turn on the news about striking this, striking that, we've gotten used to that state of war. And we think the solution to every problem is through war. And Iran is seen as a threat. The Iran war is very popular in Israel. But at the same time, they have to face facts. And if munitions are low, and they know Iran's military capabilities and the fact they cannot destroy missile launchers, and the fact the U.S., at least under Trump and under future presidents, will not get into this war again. The U.S. learned its lesson. They don't want the Strait of Hormuz closed. Putting all these things together, Israel can't get into war with Iran again. I just don't see it to be pragmatic whatsoever.
Well, they can't afford it, number one. And did you ask the Knesset member how they're enjoying living in the subways? And they spend more time underground than most moles do, or gophers, because the waves keep coming. There are at least 3 waves of missile attacks a day, and I don't see that lightening up anytime soon. Until it will continue until they meet in Islamabad on Friday, and then they start talks, and then we see where the talks go. That's going to be the key. I don't see the United States willing to meet Iran's terms, but it's also it depends on what happens politically and economically. If the markets are reacting very, very positively, and that this is actually bringing the price of oil down, Trump might actually go for it, because he's getting killed on both the price of oil and breaking his promise about starting a forever war. Because I know that the U.S. military right now, and I mentioned to you earlier, they're anticipating going for 2 more years, through 2028. So it would go all the way up to the next presidential election. And guarantee you, if that happened, this would be a major issue in the election.
By the way, I looked at the odds of Trump winning the midterms. They've even gotten worse after the peace deal because of how bad it seems to Trump. The likelihood of the Democrats winning the Senate is up to 53%. It was 51% a couple of days ago. So it's higher now than when the risk of a complete war was there. I had a guest mention to me the possibility that Iran may just acquire a nuclear weapon, maybe from North Korea, and that could speed the process. They've got the enriched uranium. Maybe they can get the warhead from North Korea and have a nuclear weapon a lot sooner. They could have it under the Trump administration, because Trump will never touch Iran again. Politically, it's toxic. He will not go back and say, "Oh, their nuclear program is still not destroyed," and then Iran could acquire a nuclear warhead. Is that a possibility? Could we see a nuclear-armed Iran before Trump's term ends?
You know, I'd written a couple of weeks back that from a game theory standpoint, it makes eminent sense for Iran to get a couple of nukes and say, "Hey, we got nukes that function. So if you touch us again, you're going to get one," and then that would deter Israel. The reason they haven't, and this is the thing the West has a tough time wrapping its mind around, is that the Iranians are really faithful to Islam on this particular issue. That
even with the Khamenei gone?
Yes. Remember Mushtaba Khamenei, he fought in the Iraq-Iran war, and he most likely was gassed at least once. And yet the Iranians, despite being attacked with chemical weapons that were provided courtesy of the United States of America, they never developed chemical weapons. They had the capacity, they had the scientific expertise, but they didn't do it, and they certainly didn't use it as a means of retaliation, because they felt it was a sin. So this is where I think there's some genuine sincerity there on the part of even the IRGC leaders. They recognize there may be a pragmatic aspect to it. However, I still think if it was me, I'd get the nuke.
I was smiling because the news came in. So it's been quiet on the news front, which is a good thing. We need a quiet time now on the news. Mark Levin. Actually, I'm going to send the clip. Lisa, if you could. It was so funny. I'll let me see how long it is. I'm just going to read out what he said. It's a 44-second clip, and I'm going to actually play it. The team is going to post it now, Lisa. So keep an eye out on my X, Lisa. As soon as it's posted, you can play it. So this is the clip. I don't know if you can play it from the Telegram group, Lisa. But let me read it out to you. It's pretty funny. The people of Iran, are we going to just leave them there? There's nothing we can do, and we're going to. There's nothing we can do, and we're going to wash our hands over that. That to me is morally very difficult to accept. What about the proxies? Hezbollah has killed more Americans than Iran directly. Hezbollah is Iran. The argument will be, well, we don't have control of this and control of that. Well, they don't have control of this and control of that. How do we even enter into an agreement?
You know what? Mark Levin should hire you to read all of his scripts, because you sound so much better than he does. God, he's like fingernails raking over a blackboard, boy. Just a screeching mess.
Yeah, I'm gonna. At least I've just sent it to you. My team was already posted before I sent it, so I'm actually impressed by them. I've sent you through the link. Can you play it with the audio? It's funny that Trump, on one side, when he was criticizing when he was threatening to get into a war, allies like Tucker Carlson lost their shit and started criticizing him. Others, Senator Ron Johnson and others, and now he's ending the war, and you've got the other side. There is a split within MAGA. It's just a crazy split that is happening. But if you could play that clip, Lisa, it'd be funny. I think people would enjoy listening to it. Just kind of understand the different mindset of the others. And again, the tweet I said to you, a lot of people do think this is a win because he killed the leaders. This is a win for Trump. And this is a good thing, Larry, because if Trump can sell it as a win, he has no reason to get back into the war. That is a very good thing if his voters believe it's a win.
Yeah, I mean, this would get him out of it. I mean, he was suckered into it by the Zionists, by that David Barnea, the head of Mossad, and now Barnea doesn't have a lot of credibility anymore with Trump. I think that's a fact.
Yeah, that's the clip here. Play it and put the volume up, please, Lisa. It's going to be enjoyable for Larry while he smokes a cigar.
Yeah.
Put the volume up. There you go.
There's nothing that we can do, and we're going to wash our hands over that. That to me is more people of Iran. What are we going to just leave them there? There's nothing that we can do, and we're going to wash our hands over that. That to me is morally very difficult to accept. And then what about the proxies, Hezbollah? I was reading these statements. Hezbollah has killed more Americans than Iran directly. Hezbollah is Iran. Hezbollah is firing missiles into Israel by the hundreds still. And here we have a ceasefire that they've already broken. So yes, the argument will be, well, they don't have control of this and control of that. Well, if they don't have control of this and control of that, how do we even enter into an agreement? There's a lot of complicated issues. People of Iran.
I'm gonna.
I give him credit. I expected him to be screaming because he's usually screaming and yelling.
I never listened to him.
This shows. Oh, well, yeah, I don't. But I'll see like 5 minute or 5 second clips, and he's screaming and yelling. So this shows you how much shock he's in. Shock. That's a man who is in. His like his body's shutting down on him. Oh my God, what has Trump done?
I knew there was going to be a ceasefire, and I knew it was going to be an off-ramp when Lindsey Graham put out a post saying Trump should end the war. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
That made me really happy. When I saw that, I'm like, okay, this is an incredible indicator that the war is coming to an end.
Yeah, when John Stewart, John Stewart put together that montage of Lindsey Graham calling for the destruction of Iran from 2025 all the way back to like 2003. There's 22 years of it. And then all of a sudden he said exactly what you said, that about phase, the volte-face.
Yeah. Larry, what about Europe? That's the last thing I want to get your thoughts on. What is the alliance? What is NATO's alliance going to look like? Because Trump is pissed that NATO did not help him with this. They didn't allow him to use the bases either. Could that change his position on NATO? Could that change NATO to rely on Trump when it comes to Ukraine?
Yeah, you're too young to remember. There was a Dale Carnegie. He was famous. He wrote a book, How to Win
Friends and Influence People. Yeah.
Yeah. Trump's written the anti-Dale Carnegie book. How to lose friends and not influence anybody. Because he's also made the same complaint about South Korea and Japan, interestingly enough. And then we've got Meloni, the Prime Minister of Italy, making her way to Iran this week, reportedly. So I think you're going to see a number of
Saudi. I think she went to Saudi. Saudi, you mean?
No, I think she's also going to Iran.
Oh wow! Holy shit! They need that oil. They need that Strait.
Yeah,
they need that. That is significant.
Yeah, and that's why. So I think you're going to start to see the break within the European front. The unity is going to dissolve, and again, there'll be every man and woman for themselves trying to cut a deal. And Iran is going to find itself becoming a more important diplomatic player.
They released the Lego video here that they won.
Please have your producer send that to me. Oh my God!
I'll send it to you.
Listen, the Iranians have demonstrated throughout this how incredible they are with information operations. They are really good.
Oh, the information warfare. But
Russia is terrible at this.
Yeah, agree.
Absolutely terrible. But man, the Iranians, they kick ass.
They need to give they need to train the the Russian PR team on how to deal with situations like this. But in terms of the alliance with NATO, so it's one big thing that happened that again not enough people are talking about, that some of these countries chose, I wouldn't say chose Iran over the US, because that's not the case. It's an unfair characterization, but chose their survival over the US alliance. They needed the Strait. And just remember the process. The US was asking, Trump was asking those countries to help open the Strait. The conclusion is no one came. That is the fact. No one came. And the Strait is now controlled by Iran. These are facts. I'm not giving my opinion or my analysis. This is exactly what happened. Disclaimer, we don't know what will happen on Friday. How long will Iran control the Strait? Will they control the Strait? We don't know. It looks like at least 2 weeks, potentially a few months, to get reparations, compensation for the destruction of their country. But from one extreme of, was that the Lego? Muted.
Yeah.
That's the new Lego video. You want to remove the audio, please, Lisa? Oh, there you go. There it is. So that is apparently their one, because they've retaliated, so maybe they're sent firing missiles before the end of it. And it's a very important observation before we go back to European countries. A big observation is in the last one, the 12-day war, was Israel that fired, that was firing at Iran when the war was wrapping. And then Trump was really pissed off how Israel's firing at Iran. In this case, it was Iran that was mainly firing at Israel in the Gulf when the war was ending. This is it. This is the strikes. So this is Trump. They already made a Lego video so quickly. Just with AI, it's very easy now anyway.
Yeah, but it's just the quality is excellent. The humor. That's it. That's what I always look for, the humor. Because true fundamentalists do not have a sense of humor. Okay. And so this shows me that while Iran gets tarred as being these fundamentalist fanatics, no, they know how to have a good laugh off of this, and it's effective. This is the most effective kind of propaganda, if you will, because it's very appealing. Particularly, I'm 71 years old. It appeals to me, but I think 20-year-old and 30-year-olds get a kick out of it too.
There's someone I was speaking to earlier today, and she was I'm trying to get her name now, but she was a person that's living in exile. She was a model in Iran, and she started standing up to the Iran, the whole women's rights back in the women's rights days.
Yeah.
And now she's being targeted by them. And my heart goes out to the Iranians that, I think a lot of Iranians, especially more moderate ones, don't want the regime, genuinely don't want it. Not for some agenda, an Israeli agenda or an American agenda. They generally don't like the regime, and they want a new government. And I've empathized with those people, even though I'm against this war, etc. I was very critical of the regime. I still am, especially after January. Do you worry about those people? The regime is going to come out of this very upset. Do you worry there could be a very harsh crackdown on the people that were standing up to the regime? No, I'm not talking about the ones that helped Mossad. Put those aside, because those ones will probably get jailed for a long time or potentially get killed as well. The ones that are just protesting against the government and that's it. Do you worry that we could see a massive crackdown in Iran?
No, actually, I don't. And in fact, who was I talking to the other day? He had a friend who's an Iranian, who's actually, you almost call him an Iranian dissident, but an engineer living in Europe. And my friend called him up to see how he was doing. He said, "I'm going back to Iran." And he goes, "What?" He goes, "No," he says, my country's under attack. I'm going to go back and see what I can do to help. So it's actually, I think, had a little bit of the opposite effect, that even among some of the dissidents that didn't like the Islamic Republic will find or finding the Iranian nationalism, Persian nationalism, if you will, on the rise. And despite, the fear that Mushtaba Khamenei, the new Ayatollah, he doesn't come across as this intolerant person, and we've seen within the government of Iran, both the elected government as well as then the clerical element of it have been much more flexible. So women no longer are having to wear hijabs; they can walk around with their hair uncovered. When Max Blumenthal and his wife Anya were were in Iran a year ago, March, about a year ago, about this time, as well as along with Alistair Crook and his wife Aisling. You know, the women didn't have to wrap up and get harassed by religious police. They even reported seeing young couples, teenage couples canoodling on the subway, which in the past it'd be treated like, oh, no smooching girls on the subway, that's bad. But so I think that this is going to give Iran some additional prestige. It's certainly solving the economic problem. That's the key. They are now coming out from under this God, it's really 45 years of sanctions.
It is insane that the economy's been through the war. They've been going through war for decades. That's why we keep telling people. I think they didn't win a war that lasted a month. This war, they managed to win a war that's been going on for 45 years. If they managed to remove the sanctions, they've won a war, a multi-decade war, by surviving and the regime remaining in power. By the way, and news just came out as we kind of finalize this. I appreciate coming back on the show. A lot of people want to do back on. And we're going to have Pyotr on. I don't know if you know Pyotr Kurzin to analyze it as well. You should join his show.
Yeah, actually, I was on Peter's Peter. I was on his show yesterday.
Oh, nice. Yeah. A mediator reveals the deal came together, the Iran deal. Hold on, I've got two pieces of updates. So the Iran deal came together because of two unlikely players, JD Vance and China. Vance was looped in today. China helped get Iran across the finish line, which we've talked about already. The amount of twists and turns in the story are unbelievable. Also, the other here is Richard Honey on X. I'm confused why Trump doesn't dump Israel at this point. His base would be happy. So would the international community and the MSM. They're not buying him like the Gulf Arabs. The only MAGAs who like Israel are the cultists who would go in any direction. What ties him to them? That's actually a good point. One big change we could see, because Trump needs to kind of recover from this. The recovery may involve him dumping Israel to recover from the failure in Iran, because that would make people forget Iran and maybe lead to a swell of support for Trump. That could be his only way to gain back the American voter, even though he's not running for re-election.
No, I agree. Look, we can hope that his sons, Eric and Don Jr., finally got a hold of him and talked some sense and said, look, you got to cut this Zionist crap out. It's killing you, and it's going to kill Republicans. And again, it may be too late for them to recover, but they've got time now to work back from the precipice. So we'll see if he follows through on this. Getting Vance, I mean, Netanyahu hates Vance, and Vance was close with Charlie Kirk, and the circumstantial evidence certainly points to the fact that Charlie Kirk was murdered. It may have had much more to do with him, distancing himself from the Zionist cause. And there's clear evidence of the pushback on that. So,
you talk about the assassination of Kirk. It could be triggered by his. A lot of people think that his shift away from Zionism, from his unconditional support to Israel, and him questioning Israeli foreign policy might have led to his assassination. There's confirmation more that Iran will be able to charge fees at the Strait of Hormuz. Larry, thank you so much for coming back on the show and for everything throughout this journey, from the craziness, the early days, to the craziness this morning, to the hopeful, and to the war. It's been a pleasure again. Thank you, sir.
Well, I always enjoy chatting with you, my friend. You're my young friend. You're young enough, actually, you're young enough to be my son, so I may adopt you. Okay.
Well, you're naive, optimistic son.
Hey, listen, there's nothing wrong with being naive and optimistic. You know what?
We need more of it, to be honest.
I'm a jaded old bastard. Okay. I remember being young and optimistic. Okay.
And then the world happened. When shit like this happens, Larry, I probably end up worse than you by the time I'm older. A lot less optimistic than you are, even.
Just it's called the so-called wisdom just comes from you live long enough to say, God, I'm not doing that again.
It is such an unnecessary war. It is such an unnecessary war. It is such an unnecessary war. Reminds me of Iraq. It's just a war that really didn't need to happen. Even the Russia-Ukraine war, I feel, is an unnecessary war as well, that both sides cause, which we'll probably speak about again because that hasn't ended.
Well, it's, you know, it's heartbreaking when you look at I saw one of the parents of one of those 175 girls that were killed on the opening day of the war. And just, you know, when you lose a child like that, regardless of what your religious belief is, it leaves a hole that's never filled. And you know what? I'm tired of seeing children dying, and that children across the board. It doesn't matter what the nationality, what the ethnic group is. I want children to live, because, you know, children do represent a future, and if we can get people properly educated and have ample opportunities to grow and to be healthy, you know, that's what is. I'm at the end of my life. I'm in the last decades of my life, so I want to see something bright for the future.
You're very kind words, Larry. Always a pleasure, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, my brother. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Let's see with Pyotr what his thoughts are about the deal. How are you?
Well, it's a shame I didn't get to chat with Larry briefly. He's a lovely man. Yeah, how are you doing?
Yeah, good, man. Good. It's been pretty extraordinary.
Where are you at the moment? It's 5 a.m. for you. I think your counterpart
Cyprus. Yeah, Cyprus. Pretty late here. Yeah, it's been pretty crazy. Like so I got the news. I'm not sure if you saw it in our WhatsApp group. So I got the news about 48 minutes or something before Trump announced it. So I get a message says from someone who's negotiating, and the message was, we signed a 15-day ceasefire. No, sorry. Trump accepted the 15-day ceasefire. Trump signed his 15-day ceasefire. That was it. So for me, first, I needed to confirm it's a ceasefire. So I was not sure, because I thought it would be a delay of the deadline. I didn't know it would be a ceasefire that quickly, but I wouldn't be too surprised, because I felt, and I've been saying it throughout the day, Trump has been escalating his rhetoric, which to me showed he's preparing to off-ramp. Because the goal, you know, when you're negotiating a business, you tell the other, you go to the extreme, see how far you can push, and then you sign the deal when you've reached your limit. And Trump knew he reached his limit. Iran knew this is Trump pushing his limits. And I was pretty confident there'll be a deal today. I posted 2 hours before it, we'll see the end of the war today. Then I got the report, which said ceasefire, which I was really happy. But it also said Trump signed a ceasefire. It didn't confirm, Pyotr, that it was Iran that accepted. That was really, because the main issue here is not Trump. We all know, I don't know if you agree, but I knew that Trump wants to off-ramp. It was really obvious to me. Now, the question was, will Iran accept the ceasefire? And then 48 minutes afterwards, Trump makes it public. Everyone reports it. But then in the same minutes before Trump made it public, but about half an hour after my post, a Qatari newspaper puts out a statement that Iran accepted it. And then since then, there's been a lot of flip-flopping. Iran puts out a 10-point plan. Then Trump says it's fake. It came out of Nigeria. Then Arachi confirms it's good. Trump retweets it. No, doesn't confirm the 10-point plan. Confirms the war is over. And then I started worrying, is there a split within Iran? Maybe, maybe not. I doubt it. And the missiles were still flying from Iran. And then the new supreme leader, Mushtaba, made a statement saying, this is it. Stop firing the missiles. Instantly, the missiles stopped, because they fired at the UAE, at Saudi, at Israel. And we have a multiple point peace plan. I'm sure you've seen the 10 points. If not, I can go through them, but I'm sure you've seen them. And the audience listened to them earlier. But essentially, it ends the war even for Hezbollah. So Israel's plan to destroy Hezbollah is gone. It allows... allegedly, according to Israel, according to Iran, to them continuing to enrich uranium, lifting of all sanctions, and the control of the Strait of Hormuz. And they're going to be charging a toll, about a $2 million toll. We don't know the number, but people's predict it's going to be the $2 million they mentioned earlier on the cargo ships coming out. So that's kind of a summary of like the facts of what happened, but also kind of my twist on why I think certain things happened. What's your analysis of it all?
Well, for the time that you've been streaming, I was streaming as well. I've since added my channels to the stream so people can see it. I was getting ready for bed. I wasn't entirely sure whether Trump was going to follow through on his ultimatums, but I think we need to take a step back, Mario, and think about what's been happening, not just today, but in the past few days. I've always tried to retain a degree of belief, or perhaps benefit of the doubt, that Trump had he has a strategy or that there's a deeper thinking there behind him. But his statements over the past few days are not, and this isn't just me saying this, this is people who are from parts of the MAGA community, that he didn't sound like himself at all. Now, there are certain things in international relations that you do and you don't do. I'm not an expert intricately. I'm not as old as Larry, but I have worked in international relations for several years. I've been to front lines in Africa. I've been to the front lines in Ukraine. I know what it means to see negotiations firsthand, both in backdoor diplomacy and in the front cases. And Trump's style of approach, yeah, you could argue it's deterrence theory, the idea that, you know, you increasingly get more intense with your rhetoric to try to deter the opponent. It's escalation, de-escalate to de-escalate. You know, it's a classic thing that Western people will say Russia does. But to swear and to just laden expletives and constantly say you're going to bomb the shit out of them effectively is not, well, this is the guy who said he wanted to liberate the Iranian people, what, 2 months ago? And then to write today, I actually hesitated initially because I wasn't sure if it did. My initial reaction was it does. And what I'm getting at is when you say the words civilization will die today, that's overt indication or hint of genocide. And I'm not just saying that. That is war veterans who are, you know, pro-Trump or whatever, more sympathetic to anti-IRGC, pro-Trump's initially they were pro the war, and then as it's gone on, people have like, this is out of control. And it's also law professors, you know, more of the liberal woke left, if people want to label it like that, people who work in law from Harvard or some other people I spoke to. No, there's a case to be made that Trump was implicitly suggesting genocide. I mean, you know, we don't know what he means. Is he talking about the energy sites? Is he talking about military targets? Is he talking about the bridges? Or is he talking about ancient civilization? Or is he just talking about anything? You don't do that. Like, as the leader of the free world, as the man in charge of supposedly the most powerful military, there are certain things you don't do. Can you imagine, whether or not you like them historically, but can you imagine Winston Churchill saying that? Can you imagine FDR saying that? Can you imagine Eisenhower saying that? Right.
Piotr, we even criticized Iran. By the way, I'm not as critical as most people on Trump's rhetoric. I don't like it, but I always, throughout the day, I've been saying, look, I don't like his rhetoric, but for me, that matters a lot less than the action that happens afterwards. I think this is him out of desperation trying to get Iran to concede. But you're very right. Like, there's, as the leader of the world's biggest military or biggest superpower, you don't make statements like this, because remember, one of the reasons people justified the war in Iran, because they chanted death to America. I don't know if the supreme leader said it himself. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I'm sure he did. But that rhetoric was used by some to justify a war on Iran. Well, what about the rhetoric by Trump? So yes, you're right. There's certain rhetoric, and Trump is the superpower. You'd expect more from a country like the US, China. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm just saying what the point you're making. Many people, I agree with the point. Like, there's a certain way to communicate. There's certain lines that shouldn't be crossed. Trump is Trump. But advocating for genocide or mentioning the nuclear weapon, for example, Trump didn't mention it, but that's another red line that I don't think no leader should ever cross. No one should ever utter these words as a leader. So, yeah, I think that rhetoric was not good. But look, the action at the end of the day showed that his intention was always to end the war. So my question would be to you is, like, if he talked shit, like he talked shit about Greenland and Canada, does it really matter? Everyone knows Trump is Trump.
Well, okay. I don't know. You seem to have no limit for what can be said. You don't.
No, there's definitely no. I agree with you. I'm kind of trying to play devil's advocate. Although I agree with you.
I get it. Look, what I would say is, go on.
Let me add one more question. Sorry, I'm going to move on to it just as well, because the next thing I want to talk about is what the Middle East is going to look like as well. I was talking about it with Larry. So as you respond to the comments as well on Trump's comments, this is a new reality we have now with the peace deal. If this moves through, and if Iran continues controlling the Strait of Hormuz, what happens to Israel? Because I feel Israel's leverage in the region is going to change drastically. What happens to Gulf-Iranian relations? What happens to Chinese influence in the region? Because if Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz, that's indirectly China controlling the Strait of Hormuz. Could that become a threat to the petrodollar? Like, I think there's so many repercussions of this peace deal, if these are the terms, that will be felt for a very long time.
Yeah, let's come to that a little bit later. I want to talk a little bit about the deal as it stands, or whatever, the 10 points, because I think that's important. Firstly, just again, to emphasize that Trump is... look, we're going back to sort of 1920s kind of rhetoric, in that sort of anything can be said. And it's the whole idea of you can have freedom of speech, but should you have freedom of consequence to say that? I don't know. I think there are certain limits to make a joke amongst one's friends in a private quarter is different to publicly stating such things on the internet. And again, you can argue. I find it insane to believe that there are people who will defend what Trump has done, even now. He has not won in this, and this leads us to the points, right? You said about the 10 points. You can bring it up on the screen, or we can go through them one by one, but largely the first 3 are about cessation of hostilities across the Middle East, right? The other 2 are about the Strait of Hormuz. Then there's one about freezing assets. There's another one about nuclear power. And then there's another one about reparations, effectively. Now, let's look at them all. I'll bring them up here since I've got them to hand as well. So all of them, right? Numbers 1 to 3 are about cessation of hostilities. Okay, well, that's kind of a given, right? The ones that I think are important to look at are number 4, reopening the Strait of Hormuz. 5, establishing a protocol and condition to ensure freedom and security of navigation. What does that mean? It's all the points that matter, or particularly of the sticking points, will be the sticking points for negotiation, are very vague. They're very open-ended, right? Reopening the Strait of Hormuz. What does that mean? Does that mean Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz? Does it mean that America is allowed, as part of a multinational force, to secure it? Does it mean that there's a toll booth which is shared by Oman?
Vague. It's vague on purpose, I think. It's just to give Trump something to say he won.
It's vague because the Iranians want to start negotiations on those terms. Establishing a protocol. Okay, so what's that going to be? Is that going to be a multinational force in tandem with the Saudis? You mentioned about China, and we know that the Iranians and the Saudis were developing a rapprochement, as it's known, or normalizing or improving relations, restoring relations a few years ago. And I think we've known for the past several months, especially since the 12-day war, that the Saudis and Iranians have been in communication. They do talk. And a critical piece of information for everyone to remember is that about 5-6 months ago, the Pakistanis, established a strategic partnership with Saudi Arabia. Now, I'm not saying that is a critical underpinning of what's happened, but clearly the Saudis have been talking to the Pakistanis, who were leading the intermediary efforts between Iran and America. And the Chinese have been putting pressure on Iran, obviously because they need to. It benefits them. They only have a reserves of about 4 or 5 months before this would be really eating into their economy and interests, but also J.D. Vance. I think J.D. Vance is critical here because you mentioned about MAGA and the future of the movement. Well, right now there's going to be a lot of discontent in America about what is Trump doing. The Epstein files, is this all a distraction for that? And so J.D. Vance, as people who think is going to inherit the movement, has been very quiet about this. He's never approved of this war. He's never supported it. And so he's clearly wanted to get it stopped because he's thinking about, how do I inherit the MAGA movement if it's going to be tarnished by what Trump has done over Iran? So I think that's one of the motivations Vance was suddenly getting involved, right? When he smelled a genuine opportunity. But bottom line, I think that the Saudis have been pushing the Pakistanis, and therefore you're going to see a multi-convoluted situation around trying to establish the Strait of Hormuz like protocol, right? What does he mean by protocol and conditions? Then the other 3 pieces quickly. So payment of compensations. There's no way the Americans are going to pay reparation costs to Iran. So what does that mean? Are they going to allow the Iranians to take money from the Strait as sort of a form of reparations? That's similar to point 8, release Iranian funds and frozen assets held by the US. Well, the Americans won't do that. Maybe they'll agree to give them access to some of their own funds and then claim that that's them giving them reparations, right? Number 7, full commitment to lifting sanctions on Iran. Okay, so that's commitment to lifting sanctions. It doesn't specify how many. It just says sanctions. So could that be 2 sanctions, 10% of the sanctions. So it's very deliberately vague so that it gives room for negotiations. And then obviously number 9 commits to not seeking nuclear weapons. Okay, so if America agrees to lift a significant proportion of sanctions, the Iranians will, not pursue a nuclear weapon. The problem with that is that just goes back to the JCPOA, right? So the JCPOA is the deal that was established in the Obama administration. Trump hated it, and a lot of people thought it was really soft on the mullahs and they were going to abuse it. And, in some ways they did. But effectively, if Trump's going to negotiate some kind of nuclear deal, it's going to be, most analysts agree, a worse version of the JCPOA. It's about like NAFTA, right? When he renegotiated NAFTA, the trade agreement between Canada and Mexico in his first term, he literally just renamed it USMCA just because he wanted to put USA at the front. It was that ridiculous. So and the worst point of all of this is Trump has basically admitted or accepted that they're going to use the Iranian plan or proposal as the framework. Well, that gives huge leverage to the Iranians because they're effectively in the driving seat, because they're the one that shared the plans. The Americans are having to be like, okay, so can we amend this bit? Can we change that bit? So it gives the Iranian leverage. So in no circumstances, bottom line, I'll pass back to you, is this, can you make this out to be some kind of win for the Americans or for Trump? I'm very surprised that they've gone for it. But as I always say, just because the talks start doesn't mean you can guarantee anything. Yes, we're in a ceasefire.
Can you send me the ones you're reading as well? I closed mine.
I will.
Send it to me on WhatsApp in the meantime. And my next question for you is, how's Israel's role going to look like now in the Middle East? Israel's had that sense that it's untouchable. No one would attack it because the US will come to their aid, and they have better military capabilities than Iran. And with America's aid, like if Iran starts to bomb them too much, the US will come to their aid. Well, now the US will not touch Iran again after this war. Iran will try to get nuclear weapons, maybe, I don't know, but they don't really need it because they've proved deterrence through this war, through their drone warfare, through their missiles, underground missiles. So then...
Well, that's a key point, actually, isn't it? There's no mention of disarming Iran. There's no mention of, destruction, no more missiles, right? There's no mention of that at all. So the Americans have effectively given up on trying to force the Iranians to, give up all their drones, missiles, etc. I think that's a key point. As for Israel, I mean, this is interesting, right? You're from Lebanon originally, and my concern in all of this is Iran has been hit hard. They have suffered a lot of damage. I don't think we should deny that. But the problem is, or whatever, from the American perspective, the problem is you're not going to win because you haven't beaten the system, right? You can look at Afghanistan or Myanmar as 2 examples, right? The countries have been ravaged by, or Yemen, perhaps is a better example. Those countries have been ravaged by civil war for years, for massive conflict. But because the system, the governing system in Yemen, the Houthis, and in the case of the Taliban, they came back, the country has never really seen a shift in its governance. So the point is that this was what's known as a decapitation strategy. The Israelis and Americans want to decapitate the regime, to take it out enough so that there can be a new system in power. But they haven't done that. They've taken out a few key people. Yes, they've dealt a significant blow, but the system is so well embedded and so deep that it's not going to shift. So the country may well be in a bad shape, but the system that runs it, the IRGC and all that, the Supreme Council, et cetera, isn't going anywhere. So it's not an effective victory. It's what you call a Pyrrhic victory, right? For the Americans in many essence. And what I find interesting about Israel is they didn't know. At least from my understanding, I haven't had time to read every single headline, but from my understanding, the Tel Aviv...
No, that's true. The reports that came in from Israel, they were caught by surprise. Now, I don't know if Netanyahu was caught by surprise. Some people told me that no way, Netanyahu was not in the loop. And maybe other officials were not kept in the loop because of these negotiations needed to remain confidential. And they didn't want anything to leak. They didn't want anything to leak to the press. So Iran thinks they have an edge, and that kind of shows desperation on the American-Israeli side. So Netanyahu might have been in the loop, or maybe not. Maybe this is the beginning of a new era. Exactly, that would be pretty extraordinary if Israel was not in the loop on this. That is the
Well,
beginning
yes
of
and
a
no.
of a.
No, I mean, I agree with you in part, but I also
They've accepted a ceasefire that includes Hezbollah. That if Israel will not continue their campaign and Hezbollah will pull out of the south,
we don't know that. We don't know that. What I would say
we don't
to
know
that
what,
is,
because which one? Because this came in now while you're speaking. A report came in according to Channel 12. Iran insisted that Lebanon be included in the ceasefire. A senior Israeli official told Israeli Channel 12. That came in just 10, 15 minutes
no, there's
ago.
been discussion. No, in principle, they are involved, right? Point number one of the Iranian plan is cessation of war on Iraq, Lebanon, and Yemen.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Can you send me? Can you send me that on WhatsApp, please, so I have it open as well, Pyotr? Or it's not on your laptop?
Yeah. I sent it to you. Maybe it hasn't gone through. What I was saying is simply that this is a reflection of how Trump sees the world, right? He sees the world through great power politics, much like Putin does. And so Trump doesn't want to bother with trying to worry about Israel. I also think Trump's had enough of Israel. The guy ebbs and flows, right? 6 months ago, he was very interested in what Netanyahu had to say about bombing Iran, sorry. And so they did Operation Midnight Hammer. And then Trump's like, okay, obliterated, done with that. Had enough of you, Netanyahu, leave me alone, right? 6 months on, his attention is, come back to Iran because he's been focused on it. He seems to have phases, right? After this, he's going to go to Cuba. I think he's going to do something over Cuba. Maybe not a war, but I think he's going to use economic pressure to try and get the government to leave. Or Israeli
military official just told AP that they are still attacking Iran.
Well, they are. Yeah, we know that. The Iranians and Israelis have been launching strikes.
No, but Israel, Mushtaba requested a halt of cessation of attacks. And Israel, I didn't expect Israel to continue striking. Sorry to interrupt you, but that just came in now. I thought it would end.
No, I mean, I'm not surprised because this happens a lot. This is why, the idea that the Iran war is over, I don't know if it's over. We might be seeing a temporary ceasefire, but I don't know if it's completely over. I worry that after 2 weeks, if we don't get anywhere at the talks, that we might just go back to what we were doing before. Maybe not at the same level of intensity, but I worry that this will just become a return to the 12-day war, but elongated with an undisclosed time horizon, that the Iranians will just continue to take shots at each other. And Trump may well be like, okay, well, screw it. We did what we wanted to do. We'll just fund Israel with more, they get $4 billion of military funding from America. And they'll just continue to do this. It'll become like a proxy sort of war, right? The Chinese maybe support Iran with funding. The Russians provide intelligence and artillery. And this just becomes it becomes a new normal, right? Every day we'll wake up and be like, how are you doing? Yeah, the Israelis and Iran have struck another couple of sites across the Middle East. I worry about that. But I think for Lebanon, I don't think that the Americans wanted to involve the Israelis. I think Trump's had enough. I think he's had enough of being manipulated. Well, not that he's that intelligent to notice. I think he wanted to have a shift away from that. So I think that the Americans are going to push for these talks, but I worry that Trump's going to get bored and that we will circle back to this conversation in 2 weeks' time and be like, are we actually over? Really? Are we starting up again? No, I do worry about that. I'm not pretending to have any significant secret information, but that's just sort of where my mind is at.
There was no way, but there's no. Is it fair to say there's no way Trump will be dragged back into this?
No, but that's what I mean by if he were to be, he would only be dragged into it from a proxy perspective, like funding Israel.
No, I'm talking directly dragged into it.
I don't think so. Well, not for a while.
I agree.
I find it hard to believe, mate, that I can send it to you here. I find it hard to believe that the Americans would be wanting to get back into a war as at this scale and intensity. The Americans have burnt through a significant amount of their stockpiles. The Iranians are earning double in revenue what they were before the Strait of Hormuz was closed.
They've killed it.
They're bossing it. They're making good dollar. They have the sympathy of the international community, or more of the international community. A lot of countries don't like the Islamic Republic, or they don't like the IRGC, but again, from a optics perspective, if you're a third-party nation in Africa and you're watching what's going on, you just look at this as a new form of American bullying, of imperialism, of Western hypocrisy, you know, a lot of things that a lot of the audience we talk to or listen to feel. So I think that this is not a win. There is no way I can frame it that Trump can somehow claim it. But I've already seen some MAGA zealots suggesting that this is a win because Trump has forced the Iranians to open the Strait of Hormuz. It's not open. There was a slight increase in some ships for a couple of hours, but like, it hasn't changed. So, and to change, let's talk about your other question about the future of the Middle East.
Yeah, so that's an important one. I'm most curious about that one.
Yeah, well, of course, I think we all are. Of course, also because you want to get back to your home, right? I want to move out there. So for me, I think Iran is going to become what I hesitated when I first started thinking about this war. I was like, oh, this is what I think, and then I was like, maybe I'll walk back some of my initial thoughts. But as the war's gone on, it's reinforced what I originally thought. Iran is going to become a more militarized, internalized police state. It's going to become more focused on its near abroad. It's going to be, because it has to rebuild, it has to repair what has happened. Now, this is all presuming that this conflict is largely over and we don't see a return because the negotiations don't fail. So we've got an Iran that is more focused on its internal matters, but it's also more willing to talk, perhaps, or have, I think it's called belligerent coexistence. There's a particular term for it, but it's a pretentious way of basically saying that the Saudis and the Iranians, they don't like each other, but they accept that the reality as it is, right? It's the same with Afghanistan. I use that as an example, right? But when the Taliban retook the country in 21, a lot of countries didn't want to have anything to do with them, right? Even the Russians and the Chinese were like, no, we're not going to talk to the Iranians, because no country wants to be the first to be normalizing ties with a group of people that was, outlawed 20 years ago. But in the past year and a bit, more countries have begun to host Taliban dignitaries. They've begun to talk with them more. And it's all because they're like, well, there's no alternative. Afghanistan has resources and trade opportunities. There's stuff there that we want or we can benefit from. So they're starting to talk. The Chinese hosted Taliban back in, I don't know, November or something. So the same will probably happen with Iran, that the regime, the government, whatever people call it, will be increasingly normalized in relations. People will accept that. And to be honest with you, there has been a growing observation among some people that sort of the Gulf states are more keen to sort of have decent relations with Iran. I'm not pretending
that's a very I think so. Israel. I think yes. We've been talking about this after the Qatari strike. There was momentum shifting in that direction as a deterrent to Israeli aggression, Israeli overreach. Yeah. I think that will happen. A lot of people are like, no, it's impossible. Iran struck all the Gulf countries. It's business as usual. They'll do what's right thing. A lot of countries have already forgiven their neighbors for atrocities. Obviously the best example is World War II. Now Europe has got the European Union. Would be unthinkable a few decades ago, but that's an extreme example. But I think relatively quickly, I think the Gulf countries will forget. They know there was restraint on Iran's side. You might disagree, but I think there was restraint. They were about to lift that restraint, but Iran could have done a lot more damage in these Gulf countries. There's some that probably shouldn't have been sort of struck. Did they cross some lines? Yes, but I also think the Gulf countries are pragmatic. The alternative to putting this behind us and improving relations. Go ahead.
No, I would say on that point very specifically, right? We've seen this growing. Well, actually, no, I'll take a further step back. So I mentioned that Saudi-Pakistani strategic partnership. Now, on the surface, it doesn't seem that important, right? The Saudis are not the most powerful military on the face of it. Pakistan is a military junta state with nuclear weapons, but it's mainly focused on India and central southern Asia than it is the Middle East as much. Its main concern is Balochistan in the southwest. And we saw exchanges between Iran and Pakistan late last year, I think it was, or mid last year. But the point being is you've been seeing a balance of power shift in the Middle East. On the one hand, you have the Saudis, Pakistan, On the other, Israel, Emirates, and then Turkey and Qatar. I can't remember which side they go. But these two balance of power shifts, right, is occurring, all with the idea of trying to counterbalance the other. Now, the war, the 12-day war after Iran, and ever since October 7th, has, in the eyes of the West at least, or Israel, weakened Iran, right? Iran was not as powerful. Its proxies had been exposed. They had been undermined. Nasrallah had been killed. Hezbollah had been set back, this sorts of stuff. But quite clearly, after this 6-week war, well, let's just call it that for now, this 6-week war, Iran has more potency than anyone ever thought, or arrogantly, underestimated. Now, I don't think we should deny that Iran has been hit badly. They have suffered a lot of damage, but we don't know the extent to how many stockpiles they had left, how many of their launchers were destroyed, because it's not just about the missiles or the projectiles, it's about the launchers and production facilities. And that was the goal, so claimed by the Israelis and Americans. They were destroying their munitions factories, their production facilities, etc. Right? So let's assume that they've had significant damage, but they've still got a lot in reserve. They've still got significant amount of their arsenal left. So they're still potent. So are they going to be the major player now? You could argue they can still be a competitor for the regional hegemon, but I think a lot of emphasis has been around Israel. I think a lot of the Gulf and neighboring states, Turkey included, have been increasingly opposed to Israel, or more specifically, the government, right? Because this is the ultra-nationalist government. Ben Gvir, Smotrich, these people are extreme individuals with extreme views of not just Palestine or West Bank, but what some people suggest is Greater Israel, right? This idea that Israel encompasses a huge sway of the Levant, Lebanon included, parts of Saudi Arabia, right? So I think that there is a feeling amongst certain Gulf states that that Israel is as much of a concern as sort of Iran is, for different reasons.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
And the last point I would just make is simply MBS is a very important character in all of this. He's much more pragmatic than his father, and his idea of Vision 2030, is it right? He's been trying to find a way to reposition Saudi Arabia in the Gulf, in the Middle East, because he knows he can't rely on petroleum, petrochemicals, the petrodollar forever. That's why he's exploring relationships with China. That's why he's exploring this, balance of power with Pakistan and so on. But also he's exploring improving, I'm going to use that word because I don't know if they'd ever normalize ties, but that he's looking at tacitly improving relations with Iran, because he's like, that's who's there. That's the reality. Let's just get on with it. Right? We can't keep trying to force a government, right? What's it going to do? Blow up everything and make us poor and risk our vision of 2030 and, infrastructure and stuff. So I think that you are seeing a paradigm shift, if you know what that means, right? Significant shift in the balance of power in the Middle East, right?
Oh, the
Americans are no longer there. I think it's going to be a lot more
paradigm. Some people are saying the paradigm goes much bigger than the Middle East. It goes through NATO, it goes through European-American relations, it goes through China, Russia, especially China. China plays. There's a lot of reports that China played a key role in these negotiations. Iran controlling the Strait of Hormuz is like saying the Gulf controlling the Strait of Hormuz. The Gulf controlling the Strait of Hormuz is almost like the US doing so. Or Israel controlling the Strait of Hormuz is almost like the US doing so. Obviously, Israel can't control the Strait. But Israel doing this means the US has that level of access. Israel is almost a proxy of the US.
I don't think Israel will control the Strait. I don't.
No, they won't. No, what I mean hypothetically is obviously Israel cannot control the Strait. It's completely out of the question. But I'm saying if Israel has control of anything, it indirectly means the US has control of that thing. Which in Iran's case, if Iran has control of something, in this case, the Strait of Hormuz, in a similar way how Israeli-American relations have become so close, China and Iran are becoming that close as well. And Iran controlling the Strait of Hormuz might indirectly mean China controlling the Strait of Hormuz. Let's see for how long. That might only be a 3-month thing to get reparations. We don't know. Or it could be a long-term thing. Or it could be on paper just for 3 months. But in practice, though, all the countries in the region know that Iran has the capability to do whatever they want in the Strait of Hormuz, even though they might not control it legally.
Well,
so long-term, I think there's always going to be that mind in the back of the mind that we can't fuck with Iran too much. Could be something in 3, 4, 5 years' time that war will be fine. Exactly. That's the card. Iran just created a card. They created a card in any negotiation moving forward, especially with any country, whether it's China, the US, Israel, or the Gulf. And that's the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, I would say a couple of things to that. It's a fair set of points. I would just, for clarity, some people in watching might be like, what are these guys talking about? Like, it's all very abstract, it's all very arbitrary, right? We are talking about long time horizons here. We're talking about a long time. None of this is going to happen overnight, right? That we're talking about the shift in the balance of power, right? You don't just see America replaced by China overnight. It happens in phases, if it's happening at all. Some people don't think it is, or that it's reversing. So in the case of the Strait of Hormuz, if we specific, I can imagine a scenario where it's a multi-faceted agreement between, you're seeing this, right? We're seeing a return to regionalism, right? In the sense of the countries that are most focused, or the countries around that specific issue, deal with that specific issue, or the main actors around it. So in Europe, right, if Trump's going to leave NATO or threaten to defund NATO, I mean, a lot of people say it will collapse. Not necessarily. It might just actually reformulate NATO's focus to Europe, because without America involved as much, NATO will not be pulled into the Middle East. It won't be pulled into other parts of the world that NATO isn't focused on. And it will allow Europe to focus on its near abroad, right? On what they think is the threat of Russia, what they think of the issues in the Arctic and Southern Africa, or Northern Africa and Southern Europe, and migration, for example, right? Yeah. So in the Strait of Hormuz, who are the primary stakeholders going to be? The Gulf states, Iran, Oman. Israel, not so much. And, one thing you're talking about, Israel, they'll be powerful, yes, but you're on the presumption that the relationships with the United States stays good. We don't know what comes if in 28 AOC wins, right? If we get a really left-leaning president for whatever reason, right? We got Mandami in New York, right? If we get a new president, the younger generation in America are not pro-Israel. They're pretty anti-Israel, or pretty anti-Zionism. So if we get a much more left-leaning American government, who's to say that Israel still gets its $4 billion funding? Then what happens to Israel's projection of power across the Middle East? It's going to be severely undermined. Not saying that it's something not a player, it's a very capable military. And then one last point I would just say to your broader framing of China, NATO, and all that. Look, I've never been. I know your theory, and we've debated it, but I'm not convinced by this being some plan by Trump to sort of take on China, because he's had to be so involved in the Middle East that he's reallocated assets from China or the Asia theater to the Middle East, which you wouldn't want to do, and that's only involving.
I think it's because of it's an operation that went wrong. I think his goal backfired in such a tremendous way. Yeah, I think if that turned out like Venezuela, then the argument would be like, hey, I just managed to get a big win strategically against China. The argument would make sense. But with where we stand right now, it did the complete opposite, pulling THAAD batteries out of South Korea, reducing arms sales to other countries in the region, pissing off your regional allies, Japan, South Korea, Australia, because of the energy shortage. Yeah, it does the complete opposite of being able to strategically get an edge over China. And now Iran having control of the Strait of Hormuz does the complete opposite.
I think it will be a power sharing agreement. I do think that Iran will have, overall say, perhaps, but it will be split with Oman. And I think it will have the tacit backing or official backing of the Gulf states, because at the end of the day, they have to agree to it to get their shit out of there.
Do they?
To Asia, to China.
But do they have to agree, or they have no say in it? Like, what say does the Gulf countries have? Their biggest guarantor of security, the guarantor that gives them a say is the US, and the US just failed at being able to show that they can actually militarily support those countries to open the Strait of Hormuz if it ever needs to be, hurt Iran or destroy Iran militarily. They've lost that card. If the US lost that card, these Gulf countries lost their protection. Now they'll do a deal with Iran. Iran is a pragmatic player. They do want peace. They will want deal with those countries. Even people that hate Iran, I hate the regime, but I also know that the regime has pragmatic leaders, even though ideological businessmen as well. They do want the Strait of Hormuz open. They didn't want this war. The Strait of Hormuz wasn't closed before this war. The Strait of Hormuz never had a toll booth. No one talked about setting up a toll booth in the Strait of Hormuz. All this is now, I think this is all temporary, by the way. This is just for them to get reparations. And I think it will go back. We'll even go back to normal, but maybe under certain economic terms that benefit Iran. Normal as in it'll be open again. There won't be a toll booth, but it will have a structure, some sort of fee structure that will benefit Iran. I don't know how it would look like. But there's so many factors. I don't know if that toll, I don't know.
There's not really any other financial structure. What other financial structure do you think could be there?
True. I can't think of any. Yeah.
No, I mean, are you in bed?
No, it's a sofa.
That's a pillow. That's a pillow. You're wearing a duvet. All right, it's a pillow.
No, it's a pillow. Yeah.
Fair. No, I mean, look, I think.
But that's been just right. This has been like a lot of people in the audience agree.
I mean,
it's been intense.
4 a.m. here. My girlfriend's going to be pissed. But what I would just summarize simply is, look, I think there's going to be a multilateral agreement between several countries over the Strait. What I wonder is what the US is involved in that. I think China will have something to say about that. I do think there'll be some kind of payment structure. I don't think it's going to go back to normal. I just don't. I also want to just talk about the broader sort of balance of power here, right? This is when this war first kicked off, when the build up to it, I always thought there would be some kind of military action. You know, I'm pretty good at predicting these things. I predicted the war in Ukraine, predicted Ethiopia, predicted a lot of stuff. And I thought there'd be military operations. Now you could argue I got it wrong, but I got it wrong in the sense of just how much the scale. This is one of the biggest military operations we've seen in modern history in terms of, you know, just the implications it's had for everything, the global economy especially. So to me, we are going to see a seismic shift in the balance of power, not just in the Middle East, but also, you know, Trump's really put his foot in it now. And I think he's going to suffer significantly. And I think America's going to suffer significantly. Yeah. NATO, I mean, the implications there, I don't think are too much. I think Trump's just going to turn his attention to Greenland again, Cuba, blame the Europeans, try to distract from the Epstein files. And maybe in a few weeks' time, he'll return to being like, oh, those Iranians, and we'll see something else happen. I just find it difficult to see him categorically cutting this out. He needs to win favor, to your point from earlier. He needs to win favor for the midterms, doesn't he? So he might try to do something even more crazy, right? And I worry about Israel and Lebanon. I don't think they're done.
I think to be honest, my take is different. I'll let you go to sleep. I know it's late for you. I'll give my take quickly to the audience. But Pyotr, always a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for jumping on at such a late hour.
No worries, mate. Have a good one. Cheers, everyone.
Thank you, brother. So my take on you know, Pyotr said he doesn't have, and sorry, I'm pretty exhausted. It's 5 a.m., 6 a.m. here. But my take on Lebanon, I think it's very good news for Hezbollah. Lebanon has, the people that call the shots in Lebanon are either Iran, obviously the Lebanese, but to a lesser extent, Iran or Israel. And Israel lost a lot of leverage after this war. So I think after Iran won, so Israel lost a lot of leverage. After Iran was able to beat the world's biggest military in one of the biggest military operations we've seen in our generation, that changes the balance of power in a way that will give Hezbollah a lot more power again in Lebanon. Their power has been degrading for years, especially after October 7th, but even before that explosion in Lebanon that happened before October 7th as well, that was pretty significant. So Hezbollah has been losing a lot of popularity to an extent where the government asked them to be disarmed. Now, there's two paths here. One is Hezbollah disarms and joins the government, highly unlikely. The other one is Hezbollah gets stronger. Iran has become stronger. Iran's going to make a lot of money from the Strait of Hormuz. They'll be able to rearm Hezbollah as well. They'll be able to do it through Syria. They've done it throughout this war somehow, even without Assad. They'll be able to rearm Hezbollah. Hezbollah will be a lot stronger. And I think Israel will put out of South Lebanon, and they'll have to live with that reality and eventually over time manage normalized relations with Lebanon, with Hezbollah. I think there could be a shift in mindset within Iran and all their proxies. And that shift will lead to no longer opposing Israel as they have over the last few years. The whole death to Israel narrative is going to slowly die down. So I think we will see a new Iran. It won't happen in an instant, but it will happen. I think Israel's people that have worries about Israel's expansion, the Greater Israel Project, I think that's going to take a massive hit because Gulf countries, in my opinion, will come together with Iran. Again, I'm basing this on the limited information we have, but they will, over the next 5 years, come together with Iran and improve relations with Iran. Why? Because they have to. Iran, I wouldn't say controls, because we don't know how it will look like in a few months and years' time, but Iran has the ability, and it's proven they have the ability to control the Strait of Hormuz. The Gulf countries have to play ball. In terms of outside the Middle East breaking, we won't include Lebanon. Fuck. All right, well, I have bad news. Fucking hell, I didn't expect this. Netanyahu just said, he literally said it, we won't include Lebanon. We will not include Lebanon in the 2-week ceasefire. All right, so this is the shit that pisses me off. You know, you guys might have seen my tweet that went viral about how the statement by the defense minister when he said anyone in south of the Litani River cannot go back home. You guys have heard me do a lot of interviews on it. I've just, that kind of shook me. I've always been like 60% chance Israel does not want to annex Lebanese territory. They just want to get rid of Hezbollah. 40% they might want to annex Lebanese territory. But in this case, when I see comments like this by Netanyahu, it's first surprising because I thought Israel was in a very weak position. So if Netanyahu is in a weak position, he should abide to the ceasefire. And I'm under the impression that Trump is calling the shots. So Netanyahu should abide to the ceasefire. For him to go and make that statement right after Trump signed the ceasefire, that is a punch in the face to Trump. That is a stupid statement to make. That is a disgusting statement to make. Trump just did a deal with Iran. That deal included Lebanon and Hezbollah. And Netanyahu just spat on that deal and said they won't include Lebanon. Things like this is what pisses me off. So that changes the calculus. I'm surprised by this. Maybe it changes in the next few days. Will that drag Iran to, Iran is not in a place to mess around. Will it drag them into this war and start striking Israel? It could. It could. I don't know how wounded Iran is, but it could actually trigger the war again. It will continue. So that's a shitty statement by Netanyahu. But going back to the region, I think long-term after this peace deal, Gulf, Iran closer, Israel weaker, and a big shift that could happen, this is very speculative, could happen is Trump needs to recover politically, and there could be a massive repositioning of U.S.-Israeli relations. And I think Trump will slowly pull support away from Israel as a way to recoup some of the lost support from this war. I think it's inevitable anyway. If it's not under Trump, it's going to happen under a future leader. So I think the era of Israel having impunity in the region and unconditional support by the U.S., Iran might have been able to put an end to this through this war. And lastly, U.S.-European relations will never look the same. U.S.-Asian relations will never look the same. I said at the beginning of this war, if this war ends with Trump controlling the Strait of Hormuz, that could be one of the biggest wins strategically for the U.S. long-term and a big win for Trump. And even though I'm obviously a pacifist, as I've said, I just don't like wars. I'm a believer in democracy. So I want democracies to be the most powerful countries in the world, to control AI, to control the new world order, whatever it is. I would like that to be the US or European country or my country of Australia or a group of them, because I'm a believer in democracies, not autocracies. So I said that if this war happens and Trump manages to gain control of the Strait of Hormuz without destroying Iran, without turning Iran into a failed state, he could call it a win. There's a statement here. He would call it a win. I'm so pissed at Israel. I'll tell you why in a second. But if the war loses, if China maintains control of the Strait of Hormuz, if this war ends in Iran control the Strait of Hormuz, that will be a disastrous loss economically for the US. I don't think you guys understand how disastrous this will be. The Strait of Hormuz is so crucial to give the US leverage over China when it comes to Taiwan. Taiwan is screwed after this war. The US lost the leverage of the Strait of Hormuz. They pissed off their allies in the Gulf, in Europe and Asia. It made the US a lot weaker, and I think things could change. Let's see how the deal looks like, but the US looks a lot weaker after this deal. And this is probably one of the best things that could happen to China. It was a gamble. The gamble did not pay off. Anyway, to kind of wrap it up with the last piece of news is Remember, Shahbaz Sharif, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, said, with the greatest humility, I am pleased to announce that the Islamic Republic of Iran and the US, along with their allies, have agreed to an immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon. That was the Prime Minister of Pakistan. And now fucking Netanyahu says, the Israeli Prime Minister's office says the 2-week ceasefire does not include Lebanon. I'm gonna fume at this in one of my tweets. But look, guys, I hope you appreciated the coverage. We're gonna continue the coverage. We'll see you again tomorrow. And I hope you appreciate that I keep trying to bring voices from all sides so you understand what the other side is thinking, people you might disagree with. And I'll try to do this as much as I can because I'm always curious to understand both sides. Really appreciate it, everyone. Have a wonderful day and congratulations on the good news. Bye-bye.